Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
First order is to approve the minutes of Monday, May 23rd.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved.
I'll second.
Don second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next is the minutes for the continuation meeting Thursday, May 26th, 2022.
I'll move.
Bob moved.
I'll second.
Tom second. Any discussion?
Yep.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We're doing the miscellaneous motion, don't we?
Yep.
Miscellaneous motion, we have one. Move to authorize director chairman to sign the CPU for Bill DeWitt promotion subject to regular IPP from asphalt lead man to asphalt crew supervisor. Wage classification 40-3 to 55-1 with a wage from $20.54 to $23.99 effective 6/1/2022.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we table that for further discussion.
Tom's moved to table
I'll second
this.
that if that's a motion.
Bob second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Tom two. Guess we're gonna hit our 9:05 at Kansas Natural Resource Coalition. Tracy? Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Your name's spelled the same as my wife's.
Very good. That's not very common.
No, it's not.
So my plan was to bring one of our board members with us this morning from Pawnee County, and he wasn't able to come. So if it's okay, I'm going to call him and just put him on my cell phone. Would that be okay with you all? He is standing by, so it should be.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. This is Tracy Barton, and I'm before the Coffee County Commissioners. So I'm just joining you into the room here, and I'm going to go ahead and thank you for being here. So last week, I believe in your packets you received some information about Kansas Natural Resource Coalition, and I just wanted to kind of explain in person who we are and what we do. To simplify our mission statement, we have a very long mission statement, but we are a coalition of counties. So we're considered an instrumentality of local government that monitors and, when appropriate, intervenes to reduce the federal government's overreach when it impacts members' counties in the area of natural resources and land use. We currently have 29 members, and we've been in existence since 2013. We started. We're located predominantly on the west side of Kansas, and we started when we had an endangered species issue with the lesser prairie chicken. I don't know if you all have followed any of that out here. What happened in 2013, they listed it as threatened, and our founder is a technical expert and knows how to use the administrative government process at the federal level to use local government to put a check on higher government. So in other words, when they listed the bird, when they create something, they don't want to follow their own process that they've established. And so because they didn't follow their own process, we were able to get the bird delisted so that it prevented all of the hassle that it created for all of the landowners. Farmers are the best people who follow conservation. So a lot of the things that they were trying to require with lesser prairie chicken just simply didn't make sense. So that was a big win for KNRC. Since that time, we also monitor 30 by 30 in national heritage areas. on the west side of the state, you may be, and north side of the state, you may be familiar with the Kansas-Nebraska National Heritage Area that was trying to form. And we have been actively involved in preventing and working with counties to prevent that from coming to pass. In fact, we offered testimony before the special committee at the Kansas State Legislature last December, and I think you were at that meeting.
Yes, I was.
And we were able to offer technical expertise at the beginning part of the agenda on behalf of our member counties. So one of the benefits of membership in KNRC is that we are a collective voice. So when I went, for example, when I went in at the Kansas State Legislature and I said that we represent, I think at the time we represented 25 counties. When I said that, it's about a third of the state, every legislator looked up and made eye contact with me. They're like, okay, we want to hear what you have to say, right? So we're up to 29 counties, and we're still growing. We really wanted to come out to your side of the state. We believe that we have the needed expertise to shrink Freedom's Frontier NHA, and I've provided some maps with the counties and the square mileage. According to our records, it looks like the majority of the money is going into Douglas County. So I think there's some opportunity there. Other things that we monitor are endangered. I talked about the Endangered Species Act. We also, with membership, comes it's a Rails to Trails accountability program. If you have any Rails to Trails issues, we've had some success with that, basically holding the trail providers responsible for their piece of their responsibility. A lot of times they don't want to protect adjacent landholders, putting up fences, keeping the right-of-ways clear, spraying weeds, those types of things. And in a couple of cases, they've actually abandoned the trail program, and the property has reverted to landowners, which was a big win. The other things that we monitor are the Great Western Trail, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the list. Membership is $5,000 a year, and we hold webinars at least quarterly, if not more, to keep everyone aware of what we're tracking. And we're working at the federal level, so even though we testified at the state level in front of the legislature, our work is predominantly done at the federal level. So that's where the 30 by 30 comes in, the national heritage areas. Those are all federal issues that require technical experts to work that administrative process. So that's where our specialty is, and that's where we differ from other like KAC or KLPG organizations that operate at the state, or lobbyists that operate at the state level. So Bob, did you have anything to add?
No, I think you gave a very good summary. My name is Bob Ryan. I'm a commissioner in Pawnee, Kansas, with Florida, currently on KNRC steering committee, and I apologize. I intended on making this trip to Tracy, and life just is coming at me pretty fast right now, so I stood down and have to do this on the phone, but I would have liked very much to be out there. And I think from a commissioner standpoint, why is KNRC valuable? There's a couple of reasons, and number one is state again, this is a coalition of Kansas counties. The counties are the members. The counties are the ones who make up the steering committee, commissioners, and the executive board, basically, and steer this organization to where we need to be effective. And it's really that I know of, the only organization that exists that gives us as commissioners a chance to have an impact on what is coming down from the federal level. If any of you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And I think I'll leave it at that for right now.
So do you all have any questions?
Have you done any work on the ESG?
We have not, but it is something that I was talking to our founder, I joined the organization last August, so I'm still fairly new. Our founder moved into a senior advisory policy advisor role, and it is something that we're aware of and we are tracking. And it's definitely something we're hearing a lot more about in some of the newsletters that I've been recently following. So
I think it's something we definitely need to pay attention to.
absolutely.
Was that the conservation easement? I didn't hear exactly what.
That was the ESG,
Environmental Social Governance.
Environmental Social
Okay,
Governance.
gotcha.
Now they're coming out and some of the bigger ag loan companies are starting to follow this too. It's how the farmers affect the environment. And you basically get a score how this happens. And the higher the score, the more you affect the environment. And it's gonna get harder and harder to get ag loans.
Okay. I think we were talking about in our call a week or so, we were talking about the conservation easement thing, wasn't that?
That is also one.
Okay, I was gonna ask you if you and I could talk about that in
All right.
a little more depth on the phone later today or whenever, sometime this week. Specifically, in today's role, I mentioned that to a friend of mine who's, longtime KLA member, and they were not happy to hear that, but I told them I wanted to get a little smarter on that before I
You bet.
got too deep in that, so.
The Nature Conservancy is starting to hire a real estate agent in Cottonwood Falls, Kansas. They applied or got the application out there for employment now. And the Nature Conservancy is a land trust, 501c. And that's just 2 counties to the west.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something, Jim Carlson is the founder that I mentioned. He did a lot of work educating people about conservation easements back in 2015, I believe it was. And it helped dampen it for the moment. It sounds like it's trying to ramp back up, but we have a lot of information on our website about the conservation easements as well.
All right.
Yeah.
So with your presentation today, what are you
Yes.
wanting for us to join the cause? Is that what I was
It's an
saying?
invitation to join.
Okay.
Yeah, if you feel like it's,
Of interest
yeah.
of
Yeah.
our county.
Yeah.
And I believe it is. It's like I've said before, for every one thing we try to pass to block the federal government, 5 more things come down the pipeline, and they're throwing it at us. I call it spray and pray.
In my opinion, that's not gonna get better, at least over the next, 2.5 years here.
Right, no, it's not. It's not gonna
And
get.
that's where the value's at. I'm glad to hear you say you see that value, in building that in the future and creating that foothold, in your area of the state, I think is valuable for everyone, for KNRs and the counties involved in that. It's good to hear you say you see value in it.
It seems like all we've tried to do ever since I come in this seat is side rail everything that the federal government's shoving down our throats, and it's a very irritating situation.
It is,
Very irritating.
I'll agree with what Jesse said.
yeah.
Can we have some open discussion at roundtable?
Yeah, I'd like to table this until either this afternoon or roundtable, and we can have some further discussion
Okay,
amongst the commission
sounds good.
later on. But
Okay,
very,
Tracy, you said
yeah,
the annual fee is what, $5,000 to join?
yeah.
Is that a 1-year agreement, 2 or 3 year agreement, or
It's an annual.
it's just an annual agreement
Mhm.
and annual renewal?
Yes, yes. Yeah. And just to give you my background, I am a daughter of a farmer. I don't look like a farmer, but I am the daughter of a farmer, and I'm married to a dairy farmer. And so my passion is protecting property rights. The government has no business in telling us how to live. And that's what I love about this organization. Any type of federal overlay over what we're doing, we're on it. So.
In Lincoln, in the commissioner's part of that meeting, they hit on the land trust and how it affects the county as far as once that is entered into, the selling of that land, eventually it has to happen, and what the property value decrease is, because you can't build on it.
Can't do anything
You
with it.
can't even maintain, you can maintain an existing fence.
But you can't put new
You
fence
can't
up.
put new fences on it, so the property value drops to
Yeah.
about a quarter.
Well, that's about the same as the 30 by 30, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is all part
Yeah.
of it,
You can upkeep it, but you can't replace it.
yeah.
You said, Tracy, you're from western Kansas. Is there anybody on your committee or on that is here in eastern Kansas where you don't have to travel so far? Or?
There is not so far, maybe, yeah. You're
So
invited
you're trying
join.
to cover every county in the state?
Our goal is 50% of Kansas, yeah, yeah.
Got a big job ahead of you.
That's the goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming in.
All right, 9:20. Guess we're gonna call the jail ad hoc committee.
Morning, gentlemen. Good to see you again.
Morning. Long time no see.
Myself, Kent Hoyt, Matt Seaman are here from the ad hoc committee for your jail. And we were tasked with trying to answer some of the big questions that the county is facing with, do we have a need for a newer and a bigger jail? Where's the best place to build that jail? How big do we build? How do we pay for such a thing? And then, how do we get people to be on board to know that that's the case and how we present it to them and do that? So we as the jail ad hoc committee, we're ready to propose to the commission to put forth to a vote for a new jail project. The project will build a new jail facility in the existing parking lot right over here next to the courthouse, and renovate the court area and the old jail facility to make it a usable and needed space. The new jail should be at its full scale in our eyes. Approximately 90 beds. This allows growth. It allows a possibility of revenue, and also a safety aspect for the people running the facility and the people that are in the facility at all times. And I think you can also add to that safety facility to the school, which is adjacent to it. Upon seeing in the last couple of weeks things are going on, putting an investment in our law and order and putting a staple in the community could be a very good investment for the people, and to see that next to our school, I think, in my personal eyes, is a great idea. Also, the most money-conscious decision we can make with inflation and construction cost changes in the future, we need to do it now, rather than 10 years from now, 15 years from now, or 20 years from now, assuming that cost, at the rate we're going now, inflation in somewhere in the ballpark of 7 to 8% monthly, could be an astronomical change in cost to the taxpayers and to the county. This also allows the Sheriff's Department to continue to support the community and the taxpayers to do the job that we pay them to do and ask them to do in danger, and also just being servants to the community. So after numerous times of meeting, studying the county financials, talking with the county clerk, the treasurer, the county sheriff, Mr. Tom Johnson back there, and the bond agents, we would like to see the county take a 2-to-1 attempt at this, which would be the county to take a 33% down on the project, which could be in the ballpark of $9 to $10 million. It looks like it's a feasible number when we look at the financial aptitude of the county. This also allows the county to bond 66% of the project and set it at a rate to where we could successfully pay it at a 10.5-year payoff early, and still not be a tax burden to the county taxpayers. This is looking at finances for the last several years and also forecasting what is to come. Some of the things that we have to ask about is, or answer to is, you know, what is the number? And I don't know that any one of us can grasp what that should be. In 1985, you went 6 times bigger than the current jail you had to replace it with an 18-bed facility in 1985. Here we are in 2022, and 6 times 18, 60, 48, we got 108, 90 is not that number. The smart people that were in our meetings told us that we should be in the 70 realm of beds. The way the pod system is set up, the current company that is wanting to build this, 90 is the number, the magic number, to make it in its full capacity. So we're asking the commission to see if we can present it to the people in its full capacity. And I think if you look at it from a financial standpoint, if you look at it from a nobody knows standpoint, if you look at it from a standpoint of we want to invest in the law and order, the things that structure our community, then I think we can get the people on board to go with that. It's been a pleasure with the ad hoc committee. We had several people from all walks of life, from farmers to business owners to bankers to people that work in the jail process. And we have a need. We have a way of fixing it. Your ad hoc committee has come up with that as for a recommendation. It is obviously your job and your ability to put that to the public for a vote. And I think that's what we see as the best course and the best things that we can do for the taxpayers. Do you all have any questions?
I commend everybody that sat on the ad hoc committee. I thank them very much for their time and their efforts, and very well versed, very well put. Awesome.
Two items that Mark didn't say that he had on his paper, but he got a little carried away. First of all, this was a unanimous vote of the committee. Everybody was on board that was there. And also, we were looking at capping the bond at 20 million.
I did.
You get that part, but we wanted that bond. So if it happened to go over that, the county, additional money over the next year or two of building would have enough funds to cover that overage should we need it. So, but we want to make sure it's a cap at 20 million. So that way the taxpayers know. Also, it would be issued as a taxable bond as opposed to a tax-free bond, because of the possibility of taking in federal prisoners because of some legal ramifications, as the bond guy said. So basically the interest would be a little bit higher, possibly, but we wanted it as a taxable bond to allow the sheriff to be able to take in all different kinds of prisoners should he need to, and not have a worry about whether a taxability issue or whether we have an issue with the IRS later on down the road. So that was the other couple things that we talked about.
So you wanted to do a full taxable bond instead of partially taxable, partially
Correct.
non-taxable.
The bond agent said that there could be some major issues should the IRS decide to, let's say, audit jail bonding. I mean, they come in and audit jail bonding, and should they looked at, let's say, if he took in too many federal prisoners because that's considered outside ordinary income, that the bond itself could be rejected, and then you go back to the initial issue of the bond and have all kinds of problems with you. So it's just easier to go up front. So it would, basically, probably a basis 1.25 point, a little bit higher. But that's, so the people that are buying the bond will have that, knowing that they're gonna get a little more interest because they're gonna pay the federal tax. They will still be Kansas exempt across the board, whether it's a taxable bond or a non-taxable bond. They'll still be Kansas exempt tax-wise. So that was kind of the suggestion from the bond agent as well, to go with the taxable, with what the plans are.
It also has an opportunity to add revenue, which can offset the change in cost and budget that you would have from a newer facility that has more manning.
I know that was some of our questions. What do you do, 50, 25, you know, the numbers, you know, and then that's for somebody over and above
Yeah.
us on percentages and so on.
And like Kent said, the bonding agent was very adamant that that's probably a realm we want to stay out of because of the liabilities.
You know, because of the down payment, you know, there's a percentage that you could take in some federal money without having it if you did a tax bond, but then you're also tying the hands of the sheriff, future sheriffs, on what they could take and what they couldn't take in, and that, we don't wanna have that issue, at least for, you know, the upfront period of time, so.
Very well.
So nobody on the committee saw this as a major financial strain on the county?
So as Kent said, we were unanimous. We did have long conversations on, you know, what is the financial fortitude, but, and that's where ignorance on my part and a lot of the group that was there, and not understanding where the county is financially, with having a reserve fund, which is there, but also understanding from a business standpoint that we need a reserve fund, and we don't want to deplete that down to nothing. This becomes a feasible number with what is currently in the budget now. A $9 million down payment, $10 million down payment, especially with a grace period of 2 years to get construction project here, allows us to have overages to get to that number and make it a feasible number up front and not land on the taxpayer. And, you know, you know, one of the arguments is, okay, what happens if Wolf Creek goes away? Well, the vice to that argument is then why not now before it goes away? Especially when there's a feasible way to pay for it in a timely manner up front. So I can't speak for Wolf Creek by any way or form. I did work there, but I have no voice for Wolf Creek in any way or form. But if they would close today, that facility will still be there for a long time to deplete the fuel supply and things that are there. So, but there is financial fortitude now. We have a drastic need, and if anybody would take a tour of that jail, you would figure that out in a millisecond. With the economy the way we are today, anybody could think that law and order will make a turn as we get tougher times. There will be more criminals, there will be more things, and what a better statement to make as a county than to say, hey, we're going to invest in the people that keep us protected, that keep our law and order, that keep our statutes that we want. And as a business owner, I want that. As a taxpayer, I want that. It's just how do you get that at a number that's feasible to the people? And I think we can do that. We can do that without adding cost as far as it goes to taxpayers on a regular basis.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was there the other night, and I didn't attend the first one, but on behalf of what Mark said, the ad hoc committee done a fantastic job of analyzing the complete picture, and when they came into it, they were probably didn't know what that complete picture is, but the ad hoc committee done a tremendous job of putting this all together. Their recommendation was unanimous. There was 2 or 3 there that, you know, didn't speak completely out, but they voted, you know, unanimous support for this. And your presentation here, Mark, and I don't mean to point a pin at you, but your presentation here today is truly a good job of making the presentation and representing the ad hoc committee. That's what they came up with. You've done a great job in your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And the citizens that's listening should really do a true job of listening to what was presented here.
I think the commission as a whole, and with the ad hoc's help as well, we did as thorough a job making sure we're doing it correct and not adding stress to any reserve money or any of the taxpayers. We're sending it out to vote, not trying to shove it down anybody's throat. It's all open.
Yeah, the people need to make a vote now, and then we need to, you know, we need to be prepared also for the event where the people don't support it, and then how do we go forward next? And because we do have a need that still needs to be met, and we need to find a way to meet that need. So
I think with your help, I think we've got some people educated, for lack of better terminology, at the moment.
Ignorance is not a bad thing. It's just simply something you have to surmount. So.
And you're right. If anybody would take a tour of that facility, they'd probably decide in a heartbeat that it's not a bad thing.
Yep.
And I never really thought about, that in '85 it was 6 times larger than what you had. Using that number
we have
was
3 beds
Yeah.
before 1985, and we went to 18, so.
So, history repeats itself, yeah.
We did discuss that there needed to be a campaign to the people, obviously, and Tom, had said something about the same thing with the bond and the architect, that they were gonna put something together to present, so that way
Right.
there's good advertising, recommend that people get to these town meetings, get their questions asked, but to reiterate, we did, we looked at the 60-bed part and adding components later on, we just felt that we were just adding a burden later on that was not gonna be feasible, we could to build that thing up now, because the architect, I believe, the first meeting thought that was roughly $900,000 to $1 million per pod, like 1.8 million if we do it now. That could be 10 times that, 10 years from now. So, and the components might be different. So we really feel strongly that it ought to be built to capacity
I'd
if we're going to build it.
for anybody to go to those town hall meetings, because when this all first started, I was ignorant, if you will, of the pod system and how this all worked and how this all went together, and it's pretty amazing.
Well,
It
and
really is.
technology-wise, you buy a phone today, a computer today, tomorrow, it is obsolete. So to imagine that we can retrofit these same pods 10, 15 years from now is probably a farce.
I might add that one of the selling points for me was when they said that the federal marshals, you make a contract with them, you get paid whether there's a federal prisoner there or not. And so, just because we make a deal doesn't mean it's gonna be full of federal prisoners, I will say that.
The other thing that we need to present to the public also, and talking with Tom, is the current policy that we use for your inmates that are federal prisoners is they don't get the normal conjugal visit, that is, that they bring their family to town and they come in and they sit down with everybody. They use a tweeter system. They use these clicker deals that allows them to electronically speak to their families and things. So it's not going to bring those people to our communities. It's just a way for, in the current world, and when we start talking about finances and democracy at its best, there's a market right now. There is a current market for a federal passerby spot for prisoners that we have the ability to grab hold of and to say, hey, we're going to offset our budget for a while and get a contract with these guys, and that's just economics at its best.
Just business.
It's all it is, and we have to think of it as one of the larger businesses, much like America. The county is just a large business, is what it is. Unfortunately, we don't want to be a jail for hire, but at the same time, if we're smart with our money and have the ability to bring income in, then we should probably look at that very intently.
One of the questions I had at the very beginning of this, and I know the answer now, and you guys know, is that these federal prisoners will not be released into our community.
No.
They will go back to where they came from.
This is
Because
just
it's an important issue.
they need 3 days, they need 7 days, they need whatever it is before arraignment, and you're supplying them a place to sleep and eat.
Motel 6.
You advise us of the visitor things that I've been hearing about and the concerns.
And I think the other thing, the bigger number that I heard was the number. Going to 90 beds was a daunting number to the citizens, and I think it still is. But who is any of us to forecast what is going to be, if this jail serves the manner that the current jail has, 37 years later, where will we be? And I don't think any of us can forecast that.
And the future costs.
Yes, sir.
To get a clarification on the number, you've mentioned 90 beds 2 or 3 times. These 2 extra pods are going from 60, are we not going to 96?
It's in the 90,
Okay, so we need to use that as a
somewhere
little
around
bit,
there for
we
a
need
number
to
of beds.
identify that as a little bit of a flexible number based on.
I think if we talk to,
Because 60 going to 218 gets it 96.
yeah.
So I'd like to get that maybe a little clarified.
Yeah, I do think, I can't remember the exact number right off the
Okay.
head, but I do believe it's in that, we got on a sidetrack several times, 90, 92, 96,
Okay.
and, but it's in that realm of number, yes, sir.
Back to the original numbers
Back
that we
to the
were
original.
talking about.
I believe so.
But the only reason we went to 60 is because of the public Public
which
view
was
of that.
removing 2 pods
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
get to that level. And you're right, they're 18-person
18
pods.
gives us to 96.
Yes, sir. So I think 96 is probably the legit number. When you do math, it seems to add up that way, so.
I wanna make sure we got that
Yes, sir.
clarified a little bit.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
I just commend you guys again.
Yes,
I
thank
really
you.
do. Well put together
All right,
presentation.
gentlemen, thank you.
Thank
you.
you. Thank
Keep
you.
spreading
Thank you.
keep spreading the truth.
We all
For the ad hoc
we
committee.
all have that opportunity.
So Mark and Kent
And
Matt
Jared was on too.
And this is a small representation of the men that put time into it, so
I think
there's
there
a
was
lot of.
22 of you, was that correct?
18 to 22 over a period of time. Some of them weren't here last meeting, some were at the first meeting, but overall, I think we're somewhere in that range.
Yep.
Thank you again.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, guys. Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
guys.
Thank you for your total effort.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we can go ahead and bring them in. You're next. You're next on the list.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Full house.
We need a bigger room.
Yes, you do. You ready for us?
We're ready.
Perfect. Well, good morning again.
Morning.
Good morning.
You already probably know Steve is on our board, Steve Hopkins, and Judy Reese is on our board as well. We have Juanita who's going to do most of the talking today, as she's going to present the budget.
I can't believe that.
Right, the finance lady, talk money. And you probably already know Stacy. She's been here a few times, who is over quality and risk. But I just wanted to introduce you too. Is you might already know by now that James Higgins, our chief operating officer, is retiring after 40-some years, and so we will be combining 2 roles. The chief operating officer and Stacy's current role will be combined into 1 role, and so she'll be going after July 1 in both roles. So she's here as well. I just wanted to introduce you there, and I think that's all I really have right now. I'm sure we'll have some more.
Gotta hand the baton off. huh?
And I don't have any handouts, I'm sorry.
I'll give you that. That's the important one. Save a stamp. Okay. So the first handout, which I'll take a couple, I think that's 7. Let me know if you don't get one. Or behind you. You guys can, oh, don't share. You can give me an extra. Thank you. Okay, so the last time I was here, we talked about, you wanted to know the salaries in the zip code. So what I did was I broke, this is at 12/31/2021. So when we issue W-2s, just to clarify, what I did was I broke them out by zip code, and what I did was highlight the yellow is in your county. And then, so if you flip over to the back, just to do a total summation, you can break it down later as you want to look at it. So you can see 65% of our salaries in 2021 stayed in Coffee County. These are Coffee County residents. The surrounding cities to the county are adjacent to. Now, we have a clinic in Yates Center, so some of that area down there I also included in the orange, because that's a factor where we have a presence, a service. So I included that. So 84% of all of our wages were either in this county or right next to your adjacent county. So if you're in Lebo, adjacent might be Hartford. Just to kind of put that in perspective, Waverly, you got, Westphalia, Garnett. I mean, I tried to keep things adjacent to the city of a service where we have a clinic or something in your county. So I hope that helps you understand where our wages are. We do have a few travelers who we've got internal contracts, meaning we're paying them less than a contract staffing agency, but more than we normally would if we could hire for that position in Burlington, Kansas. But we can't seem to. For most of the time, we don't have housing. We don't have necessary items that they need to relocate here for one reason or another. But most of the time, it's housing, seems like.
And we're running into that problem right now. With the orthopedic surgeon that I talked about last week, he's very interested in coming here, but he's concerned about housing and his timeliness to get to the hospital and his allotted time for a case or this or that. We're looking at putting him in the Meadows for apartment, so he could stay there for 6 months or so while we try to help find him housing. But there are some things coming open, but housing is a big problem for us.
It's a big problem for the county. It is. I mean, it's the biggest issue that we're faced with right now is housing.
So any questions on that at all? I thought that was a good little report I could put together quickly to kind of reference where we were at. And then second, I just wanted to present our budget request form on your form. This is your form. Which is always a challenge for healthcare for this form. But for the first page, you have your ambulance service. And on the back of that, each page is the future capital expenditures. So it's like page 1 is the ambulance, on the back is their capital request. And then page 2 would be the hospital, and then on the back of that for the hospital. So on the ambulance, I mean, the bottom line, we feel like, you know, you support about a little less than 50%, and we can support a little over 50%. We do carry over. Those carryover lines represent on the back sheet your, every 2 years we try to replace a fleet, an ambulance, because of the wear and tear, and it's very costly. Once you get past 3 years on an ambulance, the repairs on them are so costly, it almost is not smart to keep it for too long. Past, I don't remember the mileage.
300,000.
Jared, thank you. I know Jared was here, he'd know. He ran off. We, for several years, did not replace ambulances, and we got to a point we blew an engine on one. It was like 16 grand just for that. Then also you'll see that second line is equipment on the ambulance. So just the shell is one thing, but then when you have several in a fleet, you want to standardize that medical equipment. So training is very across the board and safe. So it costs to get all of the standard stuff they need inside the ambulance. That's very costly as well. And then, of course, that third line is refurbished EMS quarters. What we discovered with the pandemic was they're sleeping too close together. And now we have them spread out throughout, whether it's in our villa or in a room in the hospital, or, you know, we've tried to accommodate, or maybe the meadows. I don't know, we haven't talked about that, but to spread them out so that if one was sick or contracted something, it's not an easy spread. But those quarters themselves are very dilapidated and old. Of all the remodeling that got done, there wasn't a good time to do that, or a good plan. So I think that's what they're working on now, a whole plan schematic to really separate them and house them.
Wasn't they just remodeled here a few years ago?
No.
It was not?
No. We did a shower here, one room, got flooring, but as far as remodeling them, no, that wasn't done.
How many beds are in there?
So one room there's 2 beds, and then one room there's 3 beds. Or is it 3 and 3? 3 and 3.
3 and 3,
Yeah.
I think.
And they're Murphy beds, they come out of the wall. This year we have updated a refrigerator for their little kitchenette, stove, and a microwave. One of the showers was, they have 2 showers back in their quarters. One was really, really rusted, so we did replace that this year as well. But standards nowadays, they each have their own room.
How many employees do you have on location during the day and during the night?
There's 2 teams.
2 teams, and there's 2 on each team, or?
2 to 3. Yeah, 3.
There's 4 on a team. Is it 3?
On a total, so two crews, 1 team is 4.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
2 crews, 1 team,
So
4.
the ability to run two trucks at once.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you got
that makes sense. That's where I got 4. I knew 4 was somewhere. So in that capital budget request and things that we're doing there, I will remind you that your expenses in commodities, some of that overhead's not reflected. It's on the hospital side because there's no good way to split that up between utilities and some of the other functions they need fall in the hospital bills. But all in all, we're not asking for any more. We think we can encumber and bill for those services and get paid enough to cover that service. So then we move on to the hospital budget, second page, which you can see the dip down in reimbursements are reflective coming out of the pandemic. We expect to and are putting things in place to bring that revenue up. We also are trying to cut expenses where we can, and under commodities. Right now, my supply chain's going up expense-wise 7 to 9% at any given moment. And I have not reflected that in the expenses because I feel like, you know, through some kind of synergies and attrition, we're going to get that down. And we have, and we're continually working on that. So I didn't reflect that full 9% increase in expenses there. But what is the real problematic part of this budget is the grants, reimbursements. I made a line for that because we are seeing that pool dry up a lot for healthcare right now. And I don't want to rely on that and have it be an issue and miss budget by $1 million. Now, that's not to say that we can't find some out there, and we're actively looking every day almost for them. I just feel like by the end of 2023, that is really going to be a hard pool to pull resources from. I also did not reflect the first line, personnel expenses. It's about a 3% jump, but in there's benefits. And we know if we do nothing, some of the benefit costs will be going up. If we do nothing, which we won't do nothing. We'll go out and be competitive and do what we can do to save all of those resources. And obviously, we're going to have to compete in the wage market at some point on some services. And I don't know that we're ahead of that yet of what we want to do. But I do know the new wage tables did come out from KHA that they're loading and actively looking at to see where we sit post-pandemic. We are not the highest payer, I will say that, at all, for healthcare. So that's in a nutshell. And when we go to county support, so I did put that line in to make budget. We are asking to forgive those note payments of $30,000 a month to put towards our MRI and IT we're trying to do. But we are not asking for additional money than we're already being funded. Questions? That's all I got today.
I think it's been put out there that the county commissioners don't want the hospital to survive, and I think those are false. Every one of us here on the board wants the county hospital to survive. We do.
And I appreciate the comments. I would add to that not, you know, I appreciate the open dialogue, and we need that, and I want that. That's what I'm used to. I'm a very transparent person, but some of the conversations has caused some worries at our facilities to the point of we've had some town halls just last week to try to clarify some of those with our staff. And if you would come to my town hall, which you're very welcome to come, are very open about the numbers. I don't hide anything back, but it has caused some stir in the community of, is our jobs at loss? Are we closing down? I hear they want to go out and partner with like St. Luke's, and so last week we've kind of brought that back down, and it's much better now.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I mean, I've been a business owner for 30 years, owned and operated along with help from others. You know, if you was to go to the bank and ask for a loan, you would not get a loan because you have not been profitable in my eyes for the last umpteen years. Then you don't get to go to the banker, if they do give you a loan, and ask for forgiveness on it, unless you call Joe Biden himself, and then he'll try to give you forgiveness on the loan. So that's where I'm coming from. You guys are making changes, you know, and it might, you know, I understand you can only do so much. It's been so many years that nothing has been done, or very little has been done. That is what we're faced with right now. And I think everybody on the board, I'm not gonna speak for everybody on board, that's what I see. You know, if we can get things turned around, it's gonna be a great thing. I don't wanna see the hospital go anywhere.
Right.
I absolutely don't. And, I've doctored there pretty much my whole life.
We
I
have
don't like
some
to go
super
there.
physicians, and this community is very, very lucky to have the physicians they have.
We are.
Very dedicated
We
to
are.
the community.
And like I say, I just want to make sure that the hospital and the board is doing everything that they can do to stop the hemorrhaging of money that has been flowing for quite some time.
And that's the only way I was groomed and trained, is to meet that line and stop.
You got thrown into a ship that you're
But I will-
bailing a lot of water.
I will say, I had other options, but I came here as the helper, is what I always told people. And I had other options, and I would say that physicians, that Juanita brought up,
Promoted.
I'll put that in there.
I'm not medically inclined at all, don't come see me.
You know, and the board members, it was two of the reasons I picked to stay. And the community itself, it's a wonderful community. I'm very excited to bring my 10-year-old here to hopefully finish out school.
Well, I think the suggestion of, you know, partnering with other healthcare professionals, if you will, whether it was St. Luke's or what, I think those were just thoughts and ideas to get what you guys thought were your ideas. It wasn't a request or a demand.
Yeah.
I mean, I've doctored here all my life as well, since 1968, so, I mean, I wanna see it stay. But Jesse's exactly right. I mean, I'm a business owner too. I can't just keep going in the hole and expect my banker to bail me out, so to speak, and that's what we feel like sometimes, that we're a banker. I mean, I do, I can't speak for everybody, but sometimes I feel like we're just the banker, so to speak, but, so I mean, you're making efforts to, I mean, we can all work together on this
Sure.
to turn it around.
That's right.
I said last week, 1.4 some million, I'd vote to forgive it right now. I mean, we've done without it for this long, I think we can do without it again. Help you guys, I mean, and we do 2 million plus a year already. Of course, that was a levy, was it not? Correct me if I'm wrong, yes.
Bill,
Yeah.
Bill increase.
Yeah, so,
You know, the spreadsheet that was presented to us here a week ago or 2 weeks ago, total P and L, what's that line item stand for?
Profit and loss statement. So when I gave you that budget the last time I
But
was
when you
here.
look at all 4 of those years, and you add those totals up, you know, that shows a profit of $7 million.
And the
Am I
grant
looking
money
at
was
that correct?
$9 million.
I'm sorry?
And the grant money and other resources we were given was $9 million. We spent it on,
But that's added inside, yes.
but, so when you purchase assets that need depreciated over time,
I understand
Yeah,
that, because your
yeah.
depreciation,
Yeah.
that 4 years is $4 million, give or take a little
right,
bit.
we were able to purchase and do about $6 million in assets over 2 years.
And I'm not trying to throw up red flags.
No,
I
no,
know
no,
it's
no, no, no.
missed
I
out.
get
Nobody
where
wants
that
hospital
sounds
there
like.
any more than
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
But I think we also need to fully understand everything.
So, and if
And I
you
think we do,
recall
so.
when I was here last year, yeah, I truly said I was concerned about all of the grant money that we were so graciously been able to get, and that PPP forgiveness, it really helped us.
Yep. I think the P and L is actually net bottom line.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
That's kind of what I gathered on it, but.
So we were actually, I think the total giving was about $9 million over 2 years, and our P&L is $7 million positive because of it.
You
Yes,
know,
sir.
My thought on this, I have absolutely no problem continuing with $2 million.
Yeah.
I've probably got a little of an issue of forgiving the second half, the 1.4. To me, and I'm talking about it from a business standpoint, because I haven't owned a business, but I've worked in the business atmosphere, and I don't have all the answers.
Right.
Nobody's got all the answers. But to me, it might, and I don't mean this to be negative, to me, if we set aside that loan for 12 months, see what happens, to me, that might challenge the administration to work a little harder to get that bottom line, rather than totally forgiving it now. Put it off for 12 months or 15 months like we did a year and a half, 2 years ago. That's a little bit of a direction I'm headed,
Okay,
and I'm not saying you're not doing your job. I mean, that's the last thing I wanna,
I understand.
message I wanna send. But to me, with that sitting there, that's a challenge to achieve and make payments on it. That's where I'm, Joe, and that's kind of where I'm at. And, but like I said, that we gotta maintain that hospital.
Right.
To a point, and you know, where that point is, ways down the road, but the value it brings to our communities and the service and just like the people who live in Coffee County, what would we do if something did happen?
Right.
We gotta maintain, but I'm a little bit, not totally against forgiving it, but I'd like to see it delayed and offer a little more of a challenge to the administration to tighten that budget up, if it can be done.
Yeah.
And we know you've got big challenges.
And like I've said, I think the last few times I've been here, there's definitely some tightening up and for sure that can happen, and then we're working on that. There's changes, just for example, not replacing James, happening. And so definitely I like that challenge. I like a year. It's a good year of work ahead of us. In 5 months that I've been here, we've done a lot, and you can ask Juanita and...
We're exhausted, he's wearing us out.
We're making lots of changes.
He moves quick.
We've got to catch up as well.
We are.
Well, you guys got a lot of time, you got a lot of time to make up for on your pricing of your room rates at the
Yeah.
Meadows and at
Yeah.
at Sunset Manor and stuff like that.
So I will tell you, the last time we were here, we talked about Sunset Manor and break-even point, and it was interesting because when I went back to the office, I did a rebase project with the state, and what they did, since we bought assets, you purchase so many assets, you can rebase what they'll refund you at Medicaid. And so they're adding an additional $750 for the Medicaid reimbursement, and it's right at $225 something. So that's your break-even point per Medicaid even. So it was interesting how we kind of went around that, and that is. So that's what we'll work to get those rates up. I mean, we know that. Yeah.
Well, my thought is, and I appreciate Ms. Augustine, because I've asked her every time she's been in here, you are not going to ask for more money. And she says no, which you haven't, and I have no problem with your budget. I do have a problem with the loan. And I've actually talked to a couple of your board members about it, and they have said that we could make some kind of, work out some kind of an agreement, compromise or something, but I'm kind of like Don, I would like to see results. I'm nothing against you guys, but I've been here for 16 years, we've been loaning, giving money away, and we have had, not you, but we've had a lot of promises.
Don't point at me.
A lot of promises come before us, and they never
Have come to
develop.
fruition.
So I kind of, maybe Don might have the idea of, we just maybe ignore it for a year or whatever. Let's see some results, and kind of like I told the board member, if I see results, I'm probably not opposed to helping out, and may not forgive the whole thing at one time, but help out where it is. But I think I need to see results before I will say, no, let's just forget it, because...
So, and then I agree, I mean, I hear you loud and clear. I will say I challenge you to look at other healthcare organizations post-pandemic and how they're doing. We're not doing that bad. If you look at our EBITDA, we are still in the black. I just want to put that out there, but I appreciate your challenge, and I'm sure we'll rise to it. We always do.
I did get on the phone, and some of the counties that have St. Luke's, or they're having trouble too.
Yeah.
I would say
I
after
think
this
all healthcare
there's nobody that's not having trouble right now.
Sure, absolutely. I guess I
Every
just wanted
business
to
in the
point that out.
country.
Yeah.
It's a little bit,
So, I mean, the federal government did their part to help out.
They did.
That's where I got,
They did rise up and save healthcare,
I mean,
to be honest.
it's our turn to pitch in and just say, because there's gonna be 3 of us that may not be here next year,
Yeah.
so.
This one
Well,
flyer.
we appreciate your service no matter what.
This one document you presented to us in the last 2 or 3 weeks, reducing overtime from 12% down to 4.2. I don't know what those dollars are, but that's got to amount to several dollars.
That was
It's headed in the right direction.
And
So those are
I-
steps that I think we need to
Mhm.
take a serious look
Mhm.
at.
So where the challenge is then when your business goes like this, you don't try to get the overtime going like that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We run like this, for sure.
It's a yo-yo, isn't it?
Yes, it is a yo-yo.
Nothing's ever left.
And yet I keep coming back, so what's that?
I'm not
Okay.
ready to forgive, but I'd go along with Bob and Don.
Okay, well, you guys can go.
Well, Dawn and I
on.
were actually in agreement,
As you
it's
need.
just, I thought you had a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
We
Thank
do
you.
absolutely appreciate everything you do,
Something
Joe,
for
but
us
you and
to
your team and the
talk
board.
about.
You'll give us something to discuss at roundtable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tune in later.
We will. Then we can take that check back that we just delivered, right?
But we have
No,
10
that's-
days to either approve or disapprove,
Right.
so.
We appreciate it. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Have a dry day.
Not looking very good.
No.
Does anybody need a quick break before we roll into our 9:50?
I'd take one.
You take a quick break?
We're in 10 minutes, okay.
We,
We need loan forgiveness because of all this rain.
Saban was gonna be about 30 minutes late, I believe, wasn't he? I think that's what we were told. We're gonna take a 2-minute break.
Bob, you didn't speak up.
Sorry, Mr. Weeks, but we're on.
No, that's fine.
During break real quick, you know, big buddies.
It only gets worse as you get older. Fun-filled weekend?
Aren't they all?
No,
Some more than others.
I'm not gonna bid.
Did you have a good weekend?
I did get to play a couple rounds of golf.
Yeah, stayed at that.
Other than that, mowed.
Yeah. Mowed some more?
Mowed some more. Everybody and their brother was driving down the road in campers, so it was a good time not to hook on the camper and go to the lake. Everybody else is there.
Camping season is in full.
There's no age limit, we get that, other than hard roads. Here, no, you don't see no people on local community, it's kind of.
It's been going on for 54 years down in Youngstown, so.
Yeah.
Slow in court today.
Sort of bouncing back and forth. Okay, that's something we don't ever say in the courthouse. We don't mention an office is slow,
Then it picks up.
almost immediately.
There is no such thing as slow over there, so.
Yeah.
It's,
I was one of the last ones to put up my rain gauge. I was hoping I'd get the rain to stop. I put my rain gauge out. That didn't work.
Thanks for trying.
Maddening. Frustrating. I always say I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer of concrete. So farmers can't work in the rain, and neither can I.
We've been getting those emails, I don't know who, maybe you get them, maybe, I don't know, but, from Amber, about John Redmond, one of them. I guess that's gonna be a thing here pretty, within a few days.
3 years ago, this month, we were sandbagging. Or last month, yeah, this month. I couldn't get my guys, we couldn't work, so we just started bagging up sand for everybody, and they were pulling by the shop, and we put it on their trailer with skid steers. Bagged sand for a couple of days.
Surface up down at the overflow.
I remember when, in '93, the guy that, Mark Chester, I think at the time, was the manager of the lake. Had to make a presentation to the mayor and stuff, Arlington, about possibilities. And his comment was, because they said, the worst case, Arlington's flooded. And he said, they actually says, when I came here, I looked at how much inflow I could expect, how much outflow I could do. And that's when I made the decision to move to New Strong. That was not a well-received comment, but, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there is higher ground up there.
and so that's the reason the whole town was formed, because where it was,
Yeah,
flooded.
yeah. So a lot of people don't realize how New Strong got its name, because the old one was underneath the lake. That's where my stepdad was from. That's how I wound up here in Kansas City. He was born and raised in Old Strong.
They're basically right below us, but the whole stair thing.
Leave the door open for you.
Yeah, we got 5 more minutes.
Wade, did you have a good weekend?
I did. So,
Same. Busy, windy.
it wouldn't be in Kansas if it wasn't windy, would it?
Yesterday was extreme for even Kansas.
You got court all day, Wade?
Into the afternoon.
I'm sorry?
Into the afternoon. There's a good wave of cases that starts at around 11.
Sounds like a long day.
You pronounce your first name as
Kale.
Kale?
Kale, yeah, like the vegetable.
Just like kale?
Yes.
When Wade introduced you, I couldn't tell exactly what it was, so.
It'll be a big thing.
All right. Jim Weeks, sir. You're on board.
Thank you.
Good morning, thank you.
Good morning. I've been watching a lot of the commissioner meetings and reading the newspaper and everything. And I've kind of come to the conclusion your main focus seems to be on getting this new jail. And I'm not saying the new jail isn't necessary. But watching the meeting last week, when you were addressing the hospital board and the members of the hospital staff, I thought you treated them very unprofessionally. And I was appalled at your reaction to them. The board is made up of citizens of Coffee County. They deserve to be treated with respect. Several of the members of the hospital staff there, I mean, they've saved countless lives in this community. They deserve to be treated with respect. And I think you owe them an apology. They were just the messengers of where the hospital is. And to sit there and criticize them, I thought was unprofessional. Some of your comments and stuff is why the staff over there was wondering about where you really are. And it left me the same question. Sound like you really didn't care about our hospital. That you would rather let it see fold up. I left with the impression you didn't care that we was gonna lose 200 and some jobs. You didn't care that if we didn't have a hospital, the people who retired in this area would probably move out because they don't want to live where they have to travel 30, 40 miles to get to a hospital. Young people ain't going to want to move here because if they want to raise a family, they don't want to have their wife have to travel 30, 40 miles while in labor in order to have the child. They're going to stay where they can get to that quickly. Running a hospital is extremely difficult. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be so many of them across this state closing. I think we're extremely lucky to have the staff that we have, the doctors that we have. I mean, we have first-rate medical here, and I think we should be doing everything to keep that. If that means giving up $1.4 million, so be it. I think this people in this community, in this county, would gladly increase the increase of line item supporting the hospital over a lot of other things. We're talking about spending $1 million for this trail bridge over the Neosho River. I think most people would say, give that $1 million to the hospital. I just don't feel that you're concerned with the citizens here. Another couple of items. You have a 1.4 million, 1.3, something like that in your budget for city infrastructure improvements. You haven't increased how much you give to the cities in years. Every year you take over $1 million of that and put it back into your reserves. So you're not really wanting to invest into the cities. You're not wanting to help the citizens in the cities. And another thing, when the 22 budget was being developed, you were told that the tax evaluation increase it was like $855 million, and that you could reduce the tax levy and give the taxpayers a break. Did you? No. You increased it. And increased it even above the revenue neutral level. And I think the state law now says you're supposed to give out a letter to all taxpayers if you're going to do that. I didn't get no letter. People are hurting right now, and all you did was take more revenue from them. I just think this commission needs to show the citizens of this county that you are concerned about them. You talk about Wolf Creek. If you look at every nuclear plant that's closed in the last few years, over 90% of them, it was due to economics. It wasn't due to technical reasons. And increasing their tax liability is hurting the bottom line. In every city I talked to about that was close to these plants, their number one thing said, we wished we would have improved our infrastructure within the county while we had the revenue, so that the cities and everybody didn't have to struggle how they're going to take care of their town. And they lost a lot of people. So I think you need to apologize to the staff of the hospital. Obviously they're very concerned. And apologize to the board. they're not getting paid to be on that board, they're doing it out of the benefit of the county, community. You guys are getting paid $30,000, which I believe is way more than what your salary study said you're worth. So I'm just saying you need to start showing some caring for the citizens of this county. That's all I've got to say.
I would like to add, this morning, I think we made it very clear that every board member on this, sitting around this table, is 100% for the survival of the hospital. There has
Then
been,
show it.
There has been several years of not trying to improve and accountability.
But
And I think
did you ask the board in the hospital, is there something we can do? Can we, to increase the facilities, increase the type of equipment and stuff so we can provide different services maybe to increase the revenue levels?
They came to us 2 years ago, and we forgave 1.5 of the $3 million.
I know you did.
They came to us this past week, and all we did was throw out suggestions and ideas. It meant no disrespect to anybody on that board.
Well, then, if it didn't show disrespect, then why did why was the administrator having to?
I don't know why.
Because they took the same approach I did, we're listening to it.
It's called a knee-jerk reaction. As far as infrastructure money, when I first came here, I was on board for giving every city more money for infrastructure funds. So the decision was made that if the city came to the county and needed more money for infrastructure, we could do it on an as-needed basis.
Well, then,
As far as the taxing, I believe evaluations went up, and Wade or Angie can correct me if I'm wrong. When the evaluations went up, that's when everybody started paying more in taxes. It wasn't because we increased anything, it was more evaluation increases.
The mill levy went up.
The mill levy was increased.
The mill levy was increased
of the hospital.
at the request of the hospital.
1.42
So
mils.
the taxpayers paid for the $2 million for the hospital, and we approved that. So is that not helping? As far as the salary study, it showed that everybody in the county is making above or beyond what they should make, and commissioners is high, I do agree. But when we hired the firm for the salary study, it was decided at that time that nobody would take a pay cut, and we would honor the salary study as is. Now, I since have opted out, the commissioners as a whole, of any sort of cost of living increase or anything like that. We froze the commission salary at $30,000.
We actually lowered it.
We did lower it too. So I don't get where we're not being sympathetic to the taxpayers. We have not broke into any sort of reserve funds. We have ample reserve funds that was set back from commissioners previous.
So why didn't you reduce tax levy on the citizens for preparing the 22 budget instead of increasing it? It was so you could put more money back in reserves.
No, I don't
We
believe
didn't
so.
put more.
It was
Just for the hospital.
It's for the hospital.
No, it was for the entire county. My taxes went up.
The only, can I say something?
Yeah,
Just
sure,
to help.
please.
The county cannot go over the revenue neutral rate.
You
And,
did.
No, our
Yes.
auditor prepared the budget for us.
I know, and you
And-
went over it. It says state so in the paper.
Do you recall that, Mark? I don't recall that we went over.
I think damn near everybody went over the revenue neutral rate in the county, cities.
Maybe. But I know that, I think that was just, I can't really remember now, but, and this year the letters go out. They were postponed till this year for letters to go out, and they will be going out.
You had a publication notice that you did.
Yeah.
I would say as far as the infrastructure money, when we agreed, because we have gave, when the city or someone has asked us, we have never turned them down. Jim, you were sitting on the board in New Strawn when you came in and asked for $80,000 for a sewer system, and we gave it to you.
I wasn't on the board then.
You weren't on the board at that time when you came on later, but that was in New Strong, and they needed the money because it was an emergency deal, because they had a company come in. We have never turned down anyone for that, so as far as, raising the infrastructure money, I don't know if it's a county's obligation anyway to give the cities money. We're the only county in the state of Kansas that does that. I'm fortunately glad that we can do it.
I am too.
But you know.
But, I mean,
I mean,
if you, I mean, I sat on the New Strong board for almost 8 years, and not once did I hear that we could go ask for more money.
That's been discussed the last 3 or 4 years.
You can't even ask for money.
Cities can come in and ask for it over and above.
You can't even ask for money to do your community center, to do the parking stuff, the community center. We gave it to you.
Just come ask for money for salt storage.
Yeah.
No, ask to use it,
He
ask
was,
to
he
use
was
it.
not, he's not on board. He resigned, but he's not on the board now.
I just think,
Nobody's
I
been turned
mean, the
down.
way I
I
took
totally-
it,
I guess I
the
don't-
way I took the way you treated the board, obviously the board themselves and some of the hospital staff took it the same way.
I got a couple of friends on the hospital staff, and they never took it that way.
Well, then anyway, that's my opinion.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks
Jim.
for coming in, Jim.
Jim,
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Saban,
Yeah.
you made it in. Did you have to put pontoons on?
I tell you what, there was at least 5 places coming out of the city that were flash flooded,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and of course it was still in the midst of a heavy downpour, so they couldn't really get out to close anything, but, it was, yeah, I think a canoe would have been just fine, or a kayak, but it was, and it's still pouring up there. You guys, this is actually good down here right now, so.
For now.
Yeah, for now, I guess the next wave is coming, so, so sorry I was a little bit late, but, this, item, I appreciate you putting me on the agenda, and we've been working with you all on a number of projects, but this was another one that came up, actually started a few months ago. I came down and sat in on the planning committee's, regular meeting, and, your county fire chief had come forward with, some concerns about the water supply it started with a discussion on water supply for fire control. And that there was probably a need for some hydrants in different locations throughout the county that, but as you might expect, his comments were, it appears we would need to have some engineering to know we can't just put hydrants on lines if we don't know what the size of those lines are, what the pressure of those lines are, what the volume is on those lines. And with your counties set up with the different water districts, each of them has different, I'll call it records, different levels of information. And so the planning committee was looking at this recommendation from the fire chief that maybe there needs to be a study, an engineering study on the water supply. So in working with Bobby and the committee, we did sit down on a work session where his staff brought the water districts together. I brought a couple of our folks down. Again, just we wanted to hear what they had to say, because we were starting to do a little bit of our own research. And long story short, I think there's a willingness amongst the water districts to at least have a discussion, or at least get something done, a study to figure out what can be done or what's affordable within the county, such that one, fire control can be better managed or maybe better served. But secondly, I think there's a secondary issue that there are water pressure issues in the county with different districts, and at least a general study could help identify some of those areas of need. Again, this study wouldn't fund anything. It just really says, here's what your existing conditions are. Here's how we would see you recommendations to improve it, starting first for fire suppression or fire control. But then there might be some other benefits that would come out of it for just water service in general. Then that's a study that you can use and the districts can use to advance whatever improvements need to take place. So, we did put together a proposal. I sent it to Bobby last week and, or I think it was last week, and then he and I had gone back and forth on scope. I was trying to minimize some of the costs, so he had reviewed this. And I did bring some copies. I don't know if you've got copies, but, okay. I have enough, I think. Yeah. And again, these would be, more so for you to consider. You know, at this point, it's more for you to consider and then go from there. Let's see.
This is only for $49,332. That one was for $100,000.
Oh, that one was the one you had asked for. That was from the working group for the two items of the trail from Burlington to Neustron. And one of the first one was trail from, it was the two out of the working group.
Get another one of those.
Yes, I did. There you go.
There we go. We'll get that straightened out.
Okay. So those were the ones that you told me go ahead with. I got the contract through, and I think that your attorney had reviewed the first contract. That was the $100,000 one. This is a separate one for looking at water supply. And again, my goal was not for your decision today, just to get this in front of you, and then you know, we'll await your review. But I can send you a full document. This is kind of just the scope in the letter. There, in fact, I sent it to Bobby, so I think we could forward that to you, which has all the attachments and everything else for your review.
This is for stormwater. I was seeing it was water, and I was putting this,
yeah,
the trail and the other one together as $100,000 total.
Yeah, which is what you'd asked me to do.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, it's interesting as we've been working on these priorities in your county, these things are popping up, but certainly it was to get this in front of you for your all's consideration, and you can review those documents. As I said, I'll get the full document with all the other, this one is pretty complete. It just doesn't have our general provisions we have on the normal contract, which I'll send to the attorney. But this was to kind of move this issue, or at least give you something to consider on your water supply issues. Not, the other two were the stormwater and the trail. So
I'm getting my water stuff all mixed up.
I will tell you too, on the $100,000, those two, I did, in visiting with Bobby, we did kind of move forward, at least to start last week. I was kind of, typically my accounting people say wait for a contract to come back, but I had some folks that were ready to at least start digging into those, so we started looking at the trail and some of the stormwater information last week, so I'll have a better report for you here in the next month on that.
So this contract just has to be signed. We've already approved it.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yes,
So,
yeah, the first one,
Yes.
yes.
Does anybody want to review this?
On the county maps, this will update those two.
That's
and get
correct.
them accurate.
Yeah, that was actually one big thing that Bobby hit me on was you guys need better records here. So I think that was something he made me work into the scope. So
I know page 4 that shows water lines that don't exist.
Yeah. I'm guessing we might find some of that around the county. And I'm even in the meeting that Bobby coordinated, I think there are some pressures that are not what people think, just from the general discussion we heard from folks. I think that's an accurate statement. And the water districts seem very willing to be a part of working through this. So, I mean, again, I don't think I'm overstating that, but they were very willing to work.
What percentage of the water demand in Gulf County comes from the production side here?
I don't know yet. I don't know. To be honest with you, that's a good question. I don't know.
Leroy, Gridley, part of Rule 2 and part of Rule 3.
Probably at least 75-80%, wouldn't Bob?
In
Population
Burlington,
wise,
in Burlington.
population wise, yeah.
Probably,
Probably even greater.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was, quite a bit, they each, went up to a county map, we had the water district boundaries on there, and they identified areas that they saw were, fine, I'll say, in areas where they know they probably have a need. And so we'll start with that, once we get the go-ahead.
And I'm not saying Burlington can't supply that need, don't
No,
don't
no,
want anybody to misunderstand that, but
yeah. Well,
they are
and,
providing the water services for a large part of the county.
yeah, that came up in the discussion. And again, until we dig in or someone digs into the work, I think we had better answer that question.
I don't think that's the issue anyway. I think the issue is out here in rural Coffee County, somebody wants to stick a fire hydrant in a certain corner, and that might only be a 2-inch line,
Mm-hmm.
or it might be head of a tower or below a tank.
Yeah.
It's, people don't understand the situation, because I'm actually on a water board, and I was kind of surprised when this came up, because the fire district had never been to us and said, hey, can you do this or do that? But we actually are sticking a fire hydrant on a line up by Olivet's, which is Rule 3, where we can do it. So, I mean, I think it's good, we get it figured out. I think a lot of people are gonna find out that, you can't just stick a fire hydrant here and suck this tank dry
Right, right,
today.
right. And
Can't
I
do
think
that.
even what came up, some of the general discussion too, to your point, was even, stick a fire hydrant somewhere in an area where even one of the cities might have a portion of the city that already has somewhat low, water pressure anyway, and all of a sudden you're dealing with drawing more off of that. You're gonna hear that from those citizens pretty darn quick. And so, that was discussed as well.
I think one thing, and nothing against fire, but I think one thing people need to realize is, we have tankers in the county to water for the rural areas,
Mhm.
to haul them during an emergency situation. And those tankers might have to go 6-7 miles to get water, but that's better than sucking everything dry, and then you have nobody has water.
Well, and to the chief's point too, he kind of made that comment as well. And that's why he was thinking the study was important, because he said, I do think we could use some more hydrants, but I don't want to be the one responsible for filling our tankers and sucking an area dry when we really shouldn't.
Right.
We should have a better handle on that.
So I think probably does need to be researched,
Mhm.
so that we don't make those mistakes.
Well, there's a lot of places that somebody could build a house, but there's not any water available.
Yeah.
Or they can't put another meter on that line. So that restricts our housing, which is already a problem in the county anyway.
Right.
You can't build here because we're not gonna give you a water hydrant.
Yeah.
On top of, they already cost $10,000 to get a water hydrant.
Yeah, yep.
If this study shows that we need to make a huge investment within the county to provide an increase of service and the reliability, there's probably grant money out there set for that in there.
Yeah, there is. I think you can, there's a number of sources that you can look at. And I know Bobby and I have talked about that a little bit, so I think that would be part of what we would want to include in the study, at least where you could go look at those sources.
Is there even grant money to provide some of these funds?
I think it's, I'd have to go back and look at my list. I'm guessing there might be, but I have to go back and look. I wasn't prepared to answer that question, to be honest with you, but I think that's a fair question. I can go back and look and maybe get with Bobby on that.
Seems like there's grant money out there for a lot of things, you just know how to go after it and where it's at.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, we're finding that with the overall capital improvement work we're doing, that, kind of where we talked about the $100,000 you're spending is, that gets those out of the gate so that we can be better prepared for grant money that goes right into design and construction rather than the planning work, so. Anyway, those are, we thought it was appropriate to get this in front of you for consideration, and, that you all have the time you need to review that, and then, I'll be back.
Has Wade reviewed this?
He's reviewed the $100,000 one, but, not the latest one I brought to you. So I can get that to him with the whole general provisions that we have in our standard contract.
This is my copy that you need signed, or this is the page that I need to sign.
Yes,
so you
that's
can,
correct.
For the first one, that we've already approved.
Yeah. Other than that, that's kind of where I was at. I just wanted to get you guys up to speed on what we've been working on and this other latest proposal. But again, I appreciate, you guys have been wonderful to work with. Your folks have been great to work with as well. I think it's got a good community here, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Glad you made it here safely.
Yeah, yeah, I'm the hydroplane back now. I did tell my wife, you know, her tires are fine, but I'm like, I was waiting for fall to get 4 tires on her car, and then you get into winter, and then it's like, today happens, and she's like, I'm all over the road. Dang it. So, anyway.
Yep, for sure.
Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, too. Heard anything from the MP?
Yes, they are on standby. They were gonna come, later on to catch you guys. They weren't sure what time the commission would make it done.
There's plenty to do.
And then you have that copy back that you just said you wanted to discuss that.
Yes, yes.
Jesse, have them come, we can stop and do anything when they come.
Yeah, if, whenever they can get around, we can stop what we're doing and just have them come in. So, do you wanna go through this? Do you wanna go through this, or do you want them to go through this?
No,
Okay, this is all you.
This is a revised copy of applying EMP protection, offering it to each city, and covering the county as well. The changes requested in conversation were to mainly just change some naming up, exclude some things but add other things. All vehicles were removed except for non-emergency. City Hall, they had it confused. They were calling
Except for non-emergency? Except for emergency.
Yes, they're covering emergency and not covering
non-emergency.
Yes, sir. So the vehicle count went down by 3/4. They had the courthouse confused with City Hall, and City Hall confused with the mayor's office. So those were corrected. So you see clearly now, the courthouse is the courthouse, and City Hall, City Hall. They also reached out to all the water districts as you requested, and that took them some time, but they were able to go through and contact each system, and those critical assets for those systems were included.
I still see daycare.
Was that requested removed?
I think it wasn't requested to be removed. I think it's just a whole nother can of worms.
Okay. It can be removed. It's
recycling plant, what would be the purpose if recycling would have to be an emergency?
So, I'm not really sure what is at the recycling plant, and I don't think it's critical to the operations of Coffee County.
That's what I'm asking, yeah, I don't either.
I would say JBS or JSB.
JSB is critical, because that's our backup.
That's backup.
But is Kelly Hall and the 4-H building and recycling?
Probably not.
Although they're minimal, but.
So 4-H building, Kelly Hall, and recycling is scratched.
Probably the majority of it was going to the JSB anyway, but I don't know, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's 4-H building.
Daycare is scratched.
Yeah. majority of was the JSP building.
Yeah. So Burlington Power Station and Burlington Power Distribution Shop. That's different, but, you know,
That's where the linemen work out of.
I guess the shop would be, so when you look at the Burlington station and substations, REC also has a substation within the city limits of Burlington too. That actually feeds a lot of the rural area around Burlington. And I don't know that
Is it fed,
but I just wonder how much of this stuff is actually an emergency.
Mhm.
In the county shop, I mean, surely the doors can be opened manually.
Which page is that, Mr.
I'm
Clark?
looking at the county shop now, location 7, is, what makes why, I guess, what is it, county shop?
This is just-
This county can't operate without.
So during a significant event, the county, I would assume the county shop would become emergency services as part of, you know,
To an extent, I
To an
think.
extent, just like Wolf Creek.
Yeah.
Good possibility.
Throwing questions out, just without being rude.
And the other thing would be possibly even the county the vehicles down there. Because I mean, if there's a big enough event, they're gonna be responding in the trucks.
Yes.
I mean, under a Wolf Creek situation, you're using the county dump trucks or stuff for
Correct.
roadblocks and so on and so forth. Hauling out road closed signs or reroutes, or you're using, I mean, you start looking at an event, you know, a person probably ought to protect them.
What, I guess maybe somebody needs to clarify, just what is this going to stop?
It's going to stop from EMP being deployed and blowing the computer boards out of the trucks or out of anything.
But if
It's
those
going to-
trucks are sitting down there in that shop, the shop itself is protected. If
But
we
the
do
vehicles
this,
inside
the
are
vehicles are not, but what's going to explode them?
The negative charge, DC charge of the EMP.
So the events you're talking about that would cause the failure of an electrical component, it would start with the most severe case is China or North Korea, or somebody detonates a nuclear bomb. We receive that electromagnetic pulse that disables all the vehicles and all the buildings, internet, power goes down, you can't use your credit cards anymore. That's
Major.
almost, you know, sci-fi, but not so much sci-fi anymore. It's being considered. But the second step down from that would be coronal ejection, a mass coronal ejection from the sun, solar flare. And it's happened in Kansas before. It's actually knocked the entire grid down before for like 7 days. It was big. The third one down from that would be lightning storms. City of Burlington's pump, if I'm not mistaken, one of their biggest pumps just got struck. Generator. And I don't know how much money they spent on it, but it's in the hundreds of thousands, if I'm not mistaken, trying to replace parts.
Anything with a chip in it.
Computer.
Well, it's surprising how much.
So if every one of the county dump trucks was plugged in to a power circuit and lightning strikes, this would also not only save the computers within the building, it would also save the computers in the trucks as well for it to come through.
If you're talking the first two scenarios, I mean, let's be honest, nobody's gonna be out moving around anywhere, because it's not going, these are not going to only affect public deals, they're gonna affect everybody.
Correct.
So you're not gonna, is it gonna be necessary that you have to have all these dump trucks that can run around? Because people are not gonna be going anywhere, because their homes are gonna be out, their vehicles are gonna be out, people are gonna be at a standstill.
That's right.
So, I mean, I'm not against some protection, but are we trying to protect things that we can't protect anyway, that are not necessity?
Some of them.
Some of them.
Yes.
If we do this, is there an annual maintenance fee on top of it every year
No, sir.
thereafter?
In fact, there's a warranty. I'm not sure it's lifetime. I think that's
been discussed, but I forget what the discussion.
Doesn't say 10 years on the first page, before it over somewhere.
10 years,
Yeah.
comprehensive
Unless
warranty.
it's the guardian.
Yep.
Bob, I would suggest, since they're gonna be here, you ask them what the benefit is of having something in a vehicle like a dump truck, or whether that's maybe what you could consider a luxury. And if they give you an answer you're comfortable with, that might answer the question, but, I think, I was with Bobby here a few weeks ago, and I think he brought it up last week. You know, the Attorney General's office just hardened their office with EMP, and I think it's sort of moving across the country. So, the vehicles are not a topic that I've heard a whole lot about, and they can probably answer that question pretty quickly.
I'll go back again. Lebo, New Strong, Waverly, Greeley, city halls. Those city halls are where they meet once a month, have a meeting. If the city hall goes down, it's not emergency, it has to be back today. I mean.
There is something coming, I just can't bring up right now, but this is a part of a larger, yes, you're right. That alone is not, in the event of a nuclear, detonation of a nuclear device, city halls probably aren't going to be open. Burlington might. The courthouse certainly would. And I think that there would be people scrambling in different ways, because if somebody's detonated a bomb, that means we're at war. Something as simple as maybe a lightning strike, you know, I think those are, like in the case of the generator for the city, that's a big deal. If it's a lift station for one of the water, for one of the sewer districts, that would be a big deal.
Well, I think water lift stations are probably important, but some of this other, I mean.
What vehicles could we do without? Tractors, road graders?
I would hope to think that we could do without a lot of them. Don't think you're gonna need a mower tractor out there if there's something going on, but be mowing.
Might have to use it for crowd control.
I think water and lift stations would be very important that continue on, because you protect the right places for them. It doesn't matter whether you have electricity in your house or not. You still have water.
Yes, sir.
And you still have the availability to get that sewage away.
Yes, sir.
So that part, I fully understand.
You know, of all the city halls I'm looking at,
City halls.
just a few hundreds of dollars. It's probably about 1% of the total cost of this is to cover just the city halls.
I know each of my servers cost $28,000. I'd like to have them protected.
Yeah.
You talk about all the county trucks that may be needed in an emergency. You know, if they are all knocked out, how long is it gonna take to get the chips back in? 6 months or a year?
There's
You
a
can't
wait
get
right
chips
now,
in?
that's the reason there's a lot of vehicles.
And I understand where Bob's coming from, but
I do too.
I don't know exactly how you evaluate the emergency need on every piece of equipment, but
There's a
but
lot
getting
of,
them up and running after you lose them.
there's a lot of new vehicles setting that don't have computer chips in them.
Let me just throw this out. What about community centers? Because when there's a catastrophe, community center is gonna be where people meet. Well, we don't have anything for them, I mean, and I think some protection's okay.
They did
I
say-
think some we just.
They did say
go overboard.
if, they expect to realize a lot of other things that need to be covered when they're going out, and they're gonna donate all that. Their goal is to get Coffee County as much as 100% covered as they can. That's one of the things they were gonna tell you themselves when they come here today, but, I think they've already got I'm not sure the financial amount, but it's gotta be real significant with product they've already donated in different ways, different departments here in the county.
It just says emergency vehicle, we don't say, it's just listed below county shops, and one would assume it's county vehicles, that's probably ambulances and
Yep.
cop cars and all like that. But when you're only talking 30, it can't be, it's not covered county barn, it's covered, I assume that, but those would be great questions we present to them if they do show up.
So is this number on the front here, is this what it would cost if for this package?
Yes, sir.
But since we have eliminated a little bit of this package, it would be less.
Yes, sir. In fact, before they get here, I thought I might call them and tell them that you've discussed it generally, and you might still have more to talk about and other questions, but the daycare needs to be stricken, removed. The
4-H and
They can show up.
Yep, 4-H building, Kelly Hall, and recycling plants. And if they make those changes,
that takes about 23,000 off that total.
yes, sir.
Just a little insight on what emergency vehicles are talking to me. But do they show up with them?
Yeah. Commission wants to move on, I'll come back again here shortly if there's no other comments.
I'm running the numbers right now.
They've already covered fire trucks.
Have they already covered fire department?
I think so.
Did they donate to the fire departments?
Yes, sir.
Some to EMS though too, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Just look for clarifications all we need.
Yeah, so what are those?
I think it'd come down to 375, 336.
Yeah.
Okay. Final call.
If I have this.
I can make a decision about that, I can tell them.
Let me ask you, Mark, you're an ex-mayor, why would your city hall why would it have had to been protected?
Just to save computers stuff.
Yeah, why
You
not?
don't lose
Okay.
your server.
Okay,
Question.
I was just asking.
You not only gotta protect your power in, you gotta protect your internet service that comes in as well, because it can track in
Could
phone
you
lines,
bill out?
computer lines.
As far as any bills without your computer?
Probably not.
You have the scenario that Bobby was talking about at the beginning, people aren't gonna be paying their bills anyway.
Line's gotta go on.
That's probably true also. I guess the question I'd have, how long would it take to get new computers in your place to get it all up? You'd have the cost of plus the downtime for 6 months.
Yeah.
Wait on your
6 months
computer
is
chip.
Looks like during flood events, generators for 5-state radius are sold out, and you can't get them, and
Ice storms.
yeah.
Yep. For sure. I'd say give them a holler and have them come in and give us their presentation.
Yes, sir.
And we'll stop what we're doing when they show up.
Yes, sir.
So we need a motion to accept this, enter into contract.
I think he was dropping that off to review, and
Just
he's
to
gonna
review
come
it.
back because he's.
You
gonna
haven't got a
send-
chance to review this.
Yeah, he's gonna send the complete agreement with all the attachments, because I've not seen it.
So we don't need to agree
Nope.
to do anything there.
My understanding is today was just informative.
Yeah, that's what I understood it.
So your EMP, going back to what Mr. Weeks said earlier, and this is what you've done since I've been here, is when the infrastructure, that's exactly what providing infrastructure is. And that would be without even being solicited or a request made by any of the cities in the county. That would be doing it as a matter of just, as good business. It makes sense. One thing that's not on there, and I don't know if it should or shouldn't be, is the libraries. That's somewhere where people go and they've got things there. I don't know. The other part of that, it's twofold, is you'd be investing in a local, homegrown business that is, I think as mentioned last week, a national or international player in this field. And so there's twofold, because someone might say, well, why are you dumping $300,000 into this when you have all these other things going on? This is making an investment in the county's infrastructure all across the county, 4 corners of the county, and that, to me, is significant, if that's what you decide to do.
Thing is, we can't protect everything.
You can't.
So we have to pick and choose, and the vast majority of those, to me, are the priorities.
I think you should let them explain to you what they do and why it is important. Just, I think from a 40,000-foot view level, some of it seems important, some of it doesn't seem as important, but I think maybe let them tell you what their product does and why they recommend each of the things they've recommended, and then from there you make a decision.
If they'll put these on as 40,000-foot views.
I mean,
but I don't want to be 40,000 feet when this happens.
You've heard me say before, I'm about risk mitigation, and if you're reacting to something that you could have been proactive about, then I think you're too late. And this is a risk mitigation proactive measure, if it's what you decide to go with.
I think it's a bad deal.
I've used the example in the county attorney's office, putting up ballistic glass. Some may say that's overkill. It's overkill until somebody gets hurt. Now, will somebody get hurt? I hope it never happens.
Speaking of glass, I seen they took the glass down at Casey's. COVID's over with.
In some parts of the country, I guess.
That's kind of shocked. Well, I should say Lebo Casey's.
Yeah, I was at the airport and I didn't know what to think when I walked in and nobody's wearing a mask.
Yeah, you don't have
Well,
to
not
wear
some people still are, but you don't have to wear a mask on a plane.
You have to show vaccination proof?
Nope.
Nothing.
It's only when you're going out of the country. Some countries are requiring you to be vaccinated to enter. And all of them are walking across the southern border right now. No questions asked. I won't get on that. I don't read that topic long, although I'd really love to.
So I've got to go back to court for a few minutes, but I'm going to leave two different topics that will need to be discuss. One, I was contacted in reference to, what is the board's take on someone being able to take administrative leave to go get a COVID shot, if that's what they so choose. So an hour of time to go get, is that something that the county would support? So you can talk about that. Second one is, the June 3rd is the day you have to make your changes for the benefits. So one of the questions that was posed, what is the current state in the county on the short-term disability discussion? What's happening with that? Is there?
I think we was waiting
We're
on.
waiting on Jeremy, yeah.
Jeremy or
I
whoever.
need to get back with him again and
An insurance.
push.
So I think the employees want to know so they can make decisions, because June 3rd may affect what they decide to go with.
It shouldn't affect their health insurance any at all.
Well, that was the question. So,
Get the memo already. Yeah, it's not going to affect their health insurance.
This is over and above. Their health insurance is staying exactly the same.
If I did have somebody ask me if they needed short-term disability and we're in between, we haven't started the new one yet, and they don't do theirs, and it's in between June 3rd and when the county accepts the
I don't
policy.
understand the question.
It'll start June 1 or July 1. I would figure we should have something in place by July 1.
For the long-term disability, or short-term disability?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the question that was
Whether
brought.
people didn't want to get caught in between, they don't sign up for the short-term disability that they have in previous years because the county's getting it, but if the county hasn't gotten it yet, are they gonna could they get caught in between?
Does the county have short-term disability now?
I think it's an option, isn't it?
I think people, what
You
you're
can pay
saying, people
extra.
can take it.
They can buy it, but it wouldn't start till July 1, and I figure we will have it ready by July 1. We're just trying to get the details worked out.
So that, I think that's really what it is. Some people may have selected it as an option, so you have the cancer policy if you want. So you can add the cancer policy to your benefits, and you have to have that chosen by June 3rd.
Right.
So if somebody wants the short-term disability, they don't know what the county's gonna do. Do they need to go ahead and select that? I think it's really.
I think you better keep your cancer policy because it's not gonna be short-term disability.
But if they can also sign up for short-term disability at a cost, I'm assuming.
Oh,
So,
okay.
what I think the question is, if you're gonna provide it free of charge, then
Then they're not gonna.
do they need to sign up, right?
Well, I would say if there's a question and it's gonna be a lapse in time, probably better sign up for it through the original way. Then I suppose you can cancel it at any time. You can?
No, once you sign up, it's for a year.
So it's it's all mixed in with your health insurance. You gotta have
Well,
it.
it's separate, but we run them the same time frame,
Oh, okay.
July 1 to June 30.
My thought would be, if I felt like I needed it,
I'd
always
probably
prior
do it.
before, and I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, I think I would just go ahead and do it again.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you want me to send an email
It's-
and let
it's-
people know that?
you know, no, I don't know, it's.
We
I
should
don't
have
think
worked with
that-
them to.
I don't think that's really a commission decision on that, because, yeah, we're talking about it, but nothing's been changed, so if you feel like you need it, you probably ought to go ahead and get it like you have been getting it.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at this as being, I mean, there has been nothing decided that we're gonna go with the short-term disability deal 100% yet anyway. So people are assuming.
And I think that's just what, so my understanding of the question was, where is the county? Because if it looked like the county was gonna go with short-term disability, then it would probably impact how somebody would elect on their county benefits. But if it's just sort of this idea that's being floated around, and it couldn't happen 6 months down the road.
I don't know that any of us has voted to do 100%
No, we're waiting to see
short-term
where-
disability.
We're waiting to see where the costs lie in, but even if we do, I mean, can't there be such a thing as a reimbursement or, you know,
And then you double pay for short-term disability for some employees?
I mean, we don't know the results. It may not even be feasible for us to do it.
Sure.
And if the people feel like they need it and want it, then they ought to just sign up for it.
And I think that just needs to be what's communicated, that although this discussion, there has been a discussion about short-term disability, no decision has been made. If you feel you need it, you need to sign up for it by June 3rd. If not, it may or may not happen.
And so even if it does, I guess my question is, the person that signs up for it and pays for it, and then you get people that get on board free of charge, does the person that signed up and paid for it get reimbursed? Can the person that signed up for it get reimbursed?
No, because then you'd have every single person sign up for it by June 1st. Because it'd be a win-win.
Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and go with it until things happen. I mean, it's just.
So if you had the opportunity, so if you, let's just say, for instance, you got somebody that wouldn't sign up for it normally, and they hear, well, if you go ahead and sign up for it and we implement it, then we'll go ahead and reimburse you for it. You'd have every employee in the county signing up for it, even if they hadn't signed up for it previously.
Aren't you still at the same amount of money?
You'd be out double.
Why?
Because you would be assuming the responsibility of the pay per employee on the county.
We'd be paying them back.
So it might make sense if it's something the county is looking at going with, you wait until the next benefit period to install it, then you're not double what I'd call, people want jail time credit for serving time on 2 cases, and at the same time, when that doesn't happen, you're not gonna double dip. So if somebody wants to take advantage of it, they take advantage of it now under the current policy, and then if you wanna make a change as a commission, that gets installed next year for that benefit planning period.
That'd work.
Would that work, Angie, for what? Right now, you're just getting an idea of what it would cost the county and what it would mean, and right now, that's still fluid. So, similar to what I think you just said, Jesse, if you throw it out there that you'll get reimbursed, then
Everybody's got to sign up.
everybody would be foolish not to sign up.
Yes.
Because they're getting a benefit, no matter what happens, they're gonna get reimbursed.
They might have to pay for it for 2 months, but they're gonna get reimbursed for the rest of the time. And then they get it for free after that.
Exactly.
I think it's just somebody that's assuming that it's gonna be cut and dried and gonna be done and given to the county workers. They're just assuming. It's been discussed.
Right.
I mean, if you need it, feel you need it, you better take it out by June 3rd.
If it was important to me to have it, I wouldn't care whether the county was paying for it later on down the road or not. I would be taking care of it right now for myself.
So that was, the email that was put out was that the county is looking into that, so if people had previously, so that's what people were questioning.
Is looking into it, that doesn't mean we're going to do it.
Well, I can't remember what that email said or how it was worded.
The one I sent out?
Yeah.
So just maybe a follow-up email can go out and just say, the county, the board hasn't made a decision, it's still being researched, and it would not affect or impact your current benefits. If you feel you need short-term disability, you need to sign up by July or June 3rd, as the paperwork says. Would that be correct? What I
look at it.
Sounds good to me.
I think that ought to cover it.
And then you'll need to think about, and I'll be back a little bit later to see where you are on the other one, the hour of administrative leave if somebody wants to go get the COVID vaccine or some other kind of vaccine. I don't think you could limit it just to COVID, but that's the context.
So basically, they're wanting an hour of paid leave to go get a shot.
Correct.
Rather than taking sick leave or vacation.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Chief, thanks. I thought it was gonna be a good day.
It'll be a good day. I'll stay positive. It'll be a good day.
Stop raining.
Stop raining.
For now, I'm saying
We
two
will
plus,
stay on the time frame other than the round tables. Mm-hmm.
2+ inches by Thursday morning.
Added on top of what we've already got, or that's counting this morning?
Counting.
I have my rain gauge out.
Wow.
What's
Is there
that,
anything
Pete?
else? What's this stuff?
That was already on the table, I didn't know if this from the audit,
November 2020 abstract?
the audit.
Oh.
They selected it.
Yeah. Oh.
Call that person.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what it is. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think we're in the right place.
Yep. Come on in. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
You look like a human being all dressed up.
Well, I feel less like a human being when I'm wearing clothes like this.
I got Joe's.
I'm wearing jeans and t-shirt. Yeah.
This reminds me of when I was at the military promotion board,
Right.
for like sergeant.
Soldier of the Year awards. Yeah.
We won't stop what we're doing and let them boys come on up. You have to stop before. Bob?
Just one second, yep.
Okay.
I can stop. Just pass on the time, you can stop.
EMP Shield board members, your time has come on up and tell us what's going on.
Sure, yeah, sure.
Whoever, because it doesn't have a name.
Sure.
It doesn't have a name wrote down, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm Andrew, by the way. I'm one of the owners of
Andrew,
EMP
okay.
Shield. I also am director of sales and marketing. And this is Pat.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
my partner in crime.
Pat Barnes, I've spoken to you, several of you guys before, met with several of you guys before. As I understand it, we're here to answer some questions, maybe discuss and walk through the proposal that has been provided to the county in terms of providing critical infrastructure, cybersecurity protection, those types of things. Where would we like to begin?
So, I don't have a page number, I guess page 3 is the daycare center. I think the
Sure.
questions come up, why would you think that would be of importance?
So the daycare center serves as one of the nodes for the dark fiber.
Yes, Carl Lee. So Carl Lee brought us in on that one. So you have a fiber network here, like Andrew's talking about. It's called a dark fiber ring. Are you guys familiar with that?
Somewhat, but.
You have secret internet.
Yeah,
in
so
town.
basically it runs from this building to the daycare center, which serves as a hub to then push it to the hospital.
Okay.
So it needs to be, it seems sneaky, right? Like, I like that it's in the daycare center, but it's actually deliberately there to push.
So you,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, there's other parts of this ring that we won't disclose in
Okay.
this open forum. But you have a dark fiber ring or a secret fiber ring, in this town that is integral to your security, your cybersecurity, your infrastructure, your internet.
Your emergency services communication.
And basically,
It's all run through that.
yes, all of your EMS services are operating off of that when the lights go dark. And so it's key to have that and a couple of other, we can call them out if you'd like, but
No, that's
I'd rather
fine.
not.
That's fine.
Everything that's in there, we went through with your managers over the departments. We went through with the appropriate people like Carl Lee and some of these guys to try to identify what was a critical infrastructure, what was something that you would want to work and operate if an event happened. Do we want trash service to continue? Because how quickly will trash pile up 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the power goes out? How quickly will people start feeling the effects of dysentery once the water starts to turn sour? So that was really what the motive was in driving what we put in here. And then as far as the vehicle, the 12-volt stuff was concerned, originally we had a weight of this considered in 12-volt vehicle models, because as we were going through and doing our discovery process, what we found out was very, very alarming. We had not considered this in the other counties that we'd pitched this to. That's great, we protect this building, that building, we protect your pump, your electrical, whatever. Where does your employees live? Do they live 5 minutes from that pump?
Right.
Do they live in town? Do they live down the road from that substation? No. Right. They're 15 miles out in the country. So what happens when your manager over the electric distribution grid can't get to work because his truck is shut down, but his work truck, which is in the parking lot of the power station, works fine because we put a unit on it. And so the thought process, we need to pick a handful of key, and I mean key personnel to put these units on. And the beauty of this, these units are swappable. They're hot swappable. You can take it from one vehicle, put it in the next vehicle. When you swap these vehicles out, you get a new work truck, you just take it out, you put it in the next one. And so we identified roughly 50 to 60 vehicles, I think, across all of the divisions, but I think those have been taken out.
Kind of critical, yeah, so they were...
How do they get to the company
Right.
vehicle?
Correct.
And this is something that we've been briefing down at Joint Base San Antonio as well, which is going into some military doctrine. But
Yeah.
the thing that people haven't considered is you've got to identify your critical personnel. As an example, your backup power station.
Yeah.
If they can't go there and operate it, it doesn't matter if it's protected.
Yeah.
You know, because there's nobody
That
there
makes sense.
physically. And this is all in reference to EMP. Now, if we're talking surge protection and lightning, they're all protected anyways with the technology.
Right.
But
Because now the couple of others, 4-H building in Kelly Hall is an example of that. And we talked earlier that community centers could also be one because that's where the hub is. But
Right.
if all this stuff happens, these people aren't going to get to the community center in Kelly Hall anyway.
That wasn't the point of those. So those were considered a part of Carl Lee's EMS plan for triage.
Right.
So amongst several of the other places, if you're going to do staging for mass triage, or if you're going to do staging for mass medicine distribution, you're going to set up local places in the community where you can set up beds, and you're going to set up partitions, and you're going to do ditch medicine, you're going to do triage medicine. Kelly Hall, 4-H building, several of these other facilities were actually targeted and are in his emergency management plan to the state filed as this is what we intend to do. We're going to put sick people in this building, we're going to cordon it off, and we need the facilities to work.
Right, they're coordinated rally points too. So like they're actually a part and tied into the EM plan.
I mean, that's a good answer, but now when we just look at it,
Right.
Yes. Yeah, of course, it doesn't say that.
Right.
Yeah, we couldn't give you like a 47-page book describing, again, all the secrets of what we're trying to protect.
And that's why we're asking.
Yes.
Why? I mean, and I guess that makes sense. Because
Would you not look at your libraries in each city?
The library in this city was a part of that. In fact, I can't tell you why, but it is a part of it.
Okay.
For that,
I think I know probably why
for
it's
that,
part of it.
that thing, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I
but-
mean, every city has a library in it, right?
to me, the other outlying libraries would be more important than this library, because you already said Kelly Hall and all this triage and all this. These
A lot
other
of
communities, where do they have to go?
Again, I can't disclose why, you don't want me to disclose why we picked your library.
Yes, there's reasons for our library,
Um,
Burlington Library.
So, versus other libraries, why we didn't specifically include other libraries. Your library is a little more important than other libraries for reasons like daycares and other things, so.
A lot of people rely on the local libraries like at Waverly Lebo for Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah. Unfortunately, in a grid down event, you're probably not going to be going to the library for Wi-Fi, though. You're probably going to the city hall looking for direction on where's the soup line.
Right.
Where do we get power? When does water come back on? How come my trash hasn't been picked up in 3 weeks? That's really what you're looking at. And so this was all built around Carl's EMS plan, the state's EMS plan, and then really and truthfully what falls underneath those guidelines for covered cybersecurity and infrastructure hardening.
Critical infrastructure.
Yeah, critical infrastructure hardening. So that was the premise behind this.
Good, awesome.
So you mentioned a place to go in case of emergency. all of our cities have got fairly large community buildings.
It's included.
Do the community buildings need to be a part of this in each city? And if so, does that just take one unit?
It's site dependent. It really depends on what is at the site and what we're trying to protect at the site. So every site we went to has multiple units. There's not a single site we went to that has one unit.
Except for 4-H and the others. So there is single structure buildings,
Right.
like in these cities, that
Your
probably
smaller-
would be, it's a 120, 240 unit on
Standalone,
the
yeah.
building.
So that's just,
Right.
they just add $400 and some to
Correct.
Right.
each community building.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure there had not been enough value to, you're talking about 6 times 450, $2,400.
Yeah,
Because it is a gathering point if something happens.
Yes, and we could include those.
Especially in Leroy, because they got the storm shelter, the concrete top, that'll house 200 people.
Yes.
Right.
So when
Yep.
we went and met with those municipalities, we did the same thing there. We went and talked to as many folks from the city managers to the water department guys to several of the mayors. In fact, I think we talked to all the mayors.
Yep.
And we sat and we did this for weeks. What do you want to work and why? Because we're going to have to explain this to a commission. We're going to have to explain this to a board. We're going to have to explain this to a state auditor. And we're going to have to prove all of this. And so that was kind of why we tried to be skinny where we could be, and we tried to be generous where we had to
We
be.
also kind of reverse engineered it based on what's life-saving. So we started with water and then
Yes.
kind of power and then worked our way backwards,
Yes.
and communications is a part of
To
that
me,
too.
the water is probably the most important.
It is, yeah.
You can tell by the way we weighted this that we believed that as well, along with power.
Right, and there's actually a reason for that. So in our work with DHS, they basically proposed that a year after an EMP, 90% of the population would be dead, and it's an estimate, but primarily it's because of the lack of running water and sewer.
Yes.
So without water, you're not going to last very long. And
Yes.
so we put a huge emphasis on water because it's life-sustaining.
Well, there's another component to that, so that the last two grant opportunities or funding opportunities that the federal government has put out in terms of ARPA and SPARK funds, all of those have referenced wastewater and municipal water. So that was, again, another strategic reasoning why we chose to go down that path and use that as the catch-all for some of those units.
So what have you guys already done in the county?
That's a very
Well, yeah,
broad
so
question.
we've got some emergency services. We do have the police department, or the sheriff's department's vehicles. And then there is a couple water stations that already have protection, and not just in this county, but pretty much counties across
Any fire
Kansas.
apparatus vehicles?
Some,
I
not
think
most.
some.
Yeah.
EMS.
So we were going through that with several of the people at the shop and some of the volunteer folks around here, and so it seems like we did some of those, but we went ahead and looked at the pumping trucks for the rural, for the volunteer stuff as well, and that was what we included in this new bump in numbers. We actually didn't consider those the first round. I didn't consider the volunteer fire departments because honestly, it's just out of sight, out of mind.
Like Don was talking about community centers, I actually feel that Burlington Community Center would be an asset, because you've already got the library, you've got, and in that community center, it's a small one compared to, in the rural communities, the community center is a large gathering.
I can't argue with you.
Right.
It's not.
Well, I think location's important too, because these other, the 4-H and Kelly Hall are kind of off the beaten path, because people are going to be walking.
Yes.
The library and some of these other places are kind of more in the center of town.
Yes,
You said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said Carl, or our emergency management director at the time said that Kelly Hall and 4-H were
part of the
relevant,
EMS plan, yes.
Right.
As well as your community center as well. This community center here specifically as a triage location.
The community center is part of the triage
Yes.
here in
Yes.
Burlington?
I believe so, yes.
which is 4-H.
4-H Kelly Hall.
Yeah,
That's not community center. Community center is
Is that the one over by the trash?
So, I'm trying to remember, 4-H and Kelly Hall are down
By the park.
south.
They're in the park.
Yeah, they're right, I think they're right next to each other.
Yeah, they are.
The community center is the one that's in town.
Community center down on the ocean by the
Right,
river.
which I think that would be probably that primary gathering point for people, because
Yeah.
regardless of what the plan says, we have to think about real world and where are people really going to go. So we threw them on Kelly and 4-H because that was in the plan, and we wanted to follow the plan, but in reality, we could just, because the two buildings are next to each other, we could probably just take one unit off of one of the buildings and swap it to the community center to provide the coverage, and then you're covering generally both locations. One of the two buildings would have power.
Yep.
As long as the backup power station's running with the folks that got there.
Yeah, maybe the community center wasn't included in this one. I don't have it in front of me.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Which I call it the senior center.
We're talking $500.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. To be honest with you, this is the fourth county or fifth county that we've looked at, and that I've walked through every building, and I've looked at every breaker panel, and every Ethernet port on a wall, and I've got pages and pages of notes.
You forget which county you're in sometimes.
They start to blur together, kind of. Yeah.
You look at one server room, and you've looked at all the server rooms.
Right.
I'm just saying.
They're all a mess.
Yeah. Well, the hard part for us is that they're not all standardized. You know, it's kind of just plug and play. And
you guys have some weird power down here versus some other communities where it's pretty standardized. And it's not a bad deal. I mean, we can meet those requirements. We can absolutely take care of that. And in fact, we're set up in this proposal to take care of that. So.
It works. It's just a little unusual, but.
Real. Go ahead, Bob.
That way all of our chickens aren't in the same basket.
There you go.
I think that's what, that was the point in that.
Diversify.
So, to help some of the board, I've been privileged to have conversations with certain ones with EMP, and so I kind of know what's the threat out there.
Sure.
So, and YouTube land, what's the reasoning behind this? Why?
EMP shield in general? Yeah. So there's a couple of reasons. So number one, and this is a kind of a normal occurrence, is power surges and lightning. We've got real-world examples of protecting in Jackson County a water station that actually had a direct lightning strike that the water stayed on for several thousand people just because of the surge protection aspect of it. On the other side, EMP shield is a technology that really didn't even exist until we invented it, that protects against EMP, which is electromagnetic pulse. That's a weapon that would be used against the United States. It never has been, but it's actually a pretty credible threat. We've got threats from China and Russia to use super EMP weapons to this day, especially because of what's going on in global events. So we are able to protect against that, and it's been vetted through several military certified testing facilities, and the gentleman who wrote the standards and doctrine on EMP for the United States EMP Commission just tested these as well, and it's like, holy crap. Right, so the technology's sound to protect against EMP. EMP is it might happen, and we want to protect against it. The other thing is, in my opinion, more importantly, and it has not really happened recently, but is solar flares. I know it sounds crazy, but solar flares are cyclical, and they actually happen daily. It just depends on the level at which the sun puts us out.
And if it's pointed at us.
Right. So, as an example, there was an event called the Carrington Event in 1859.
Yep. If you're not aware of it, look it up.
It was the equivalent of thousands of nuclear weapons hitting the atmosphere, and this is like historical. It's named after Carrington, the scientist who discovered it. But basically, even back then when there was only telegraphs, it was so much energy that telegraphs were operating without being plugged in. Yes. Railroad tracks actually warped because these are long antennas that are inducing energy. If that were to occur today, which they predict happens every 150 to 200 years, and I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. It could happen 100 years from now. It could happen in a couple of years. It could happen. We don't know. It's going to happen again.
Yes.
They know it's happened hundreds of times since the Earth existed.
Yep.
It would destroy everything.
Yeah, we just got missed by a Class 2 and a Class 3 solar flare. Those are potentially life-ending solar flares. They went by us within, astronomical terms, a couple million miles, which is a near miss.
And so EMP, especially with us in the government, EMP is discussed a lot because it's a hot topic and it's a threat. But when we're really talking internally, it's more preparedness for CME, coronal mass ejection. It's not as shiny, so they don't really publicize it as much. But that's the real concern other than EMP.
Lightning surge, and then a couple of years ago, former President Donald Trump issued Executive Order 13865, which directed the states then to take the initiative to protect themselves. When he constituted Space Force and some of the other things he was trying to do prior to leaving office, Executive Order 13865 was one of those strategic incentives for municipalities to take this initiative, use whatever means necessary to protect yourselves. You have the money available. Stop, take the initiative on a ground level and just do it. And so that's what we're doing.
Yeah, it is an executive order. What's kind of neat, this is our home county, but this is actually, will be historical.
You guys,
this is a historical thing because it's going to be the first county that's attempting to get complete critical infrastructure protection. It's never happened before.
Cybersecurity,
and
EMP.
It's the start of, and this is kind of what EMP Shield's been, and I know you're kind of privy to some of this, but yeah, we're a local company, but we're actually trying to jumpstart the government's initiatives to help do this nationally, which
yes.
There's thousands of folks in multiple government agencies that are all working together to do this in conjunction with EMP Shield.
Yes.
But by doing Coffee County and then other counties, which I don't know if we'll say, but there's other counties also doing this, and we're going to jumpstart this basically across the United States.
Well, it's kind of probably a weird question. Do you guys use all this protection yourselves?
Of course.
Do you have an example of when it has protected you?
Yes, so you can come to the shop, no, not from EMP. We can't obviously claim that it's
Right.
protected against EMP, but we do have live lightning strikes. We do have live power surge applications.
So we actually, that's kind of ironic that you asked that, for lightning. So we've got hundreds of direct lightning strikes across the United States, literally all written down testimonials and video testimonials, but even just locally, our building just took a direct lightning strike 2 weeks ago.
Really?
And we'll show you the pictures. I don't have them with me, but we protected $1 million worth of
That's what I was asking.
Right, and
so that you guys do have
our Euro placer,
personal experience.
Yeah, our big Euro placer, the big expensive machine at the first shop, that's where it got hit.
Yeah.
And our $1 million+ machine, we didn't even realize it till we were doing maintenance.
Right.
Like,
It was still operational, and the guy just walked back there. He's like, because when they get a direct lightning strike, I mean, they smoke and they melt. They're designed to, but
they get hot.
It was a pretty big one.
Yes, so we do have that example that we can share.
Right, and then of course we got the water, kind of municipality level, and actually it's funny. There's another water station down the road that already has the EMP Shield that we didn't know.
Yes.
And that's been occurring a lot. There's probably hundreds of them that they purchase under their own name.
We have industrial applications that can testify as to where we've cleaned up the power surges that were destroying their chillers. Their heating and air equipment, we've cleaned up those power surges in those applications. So,
right.
Just from a macro level all the way up to that, we're trying to save our county's critical infrastructure for not if, but when someone decides to push the red button. Because that's where we're at today.
Okay, you told us about 4-H building, Kelly-Holman. What about the recycling?
So that was a part of your waste management processes. So how long are you going to be able to sit on your front porch when the trash bags from your neighbor are piling up in the street? How long are you going to be able to allow the bodies to pile up on the curb before you can send someone to come collect them?
Those.
Well, that's what that was part of it, was that they're using the big trucks out there, and they're using the landfill and possibly the golf course and some other areas as, I'm not kidding you, these are real life scenarios as places for triage and setting up cemeteries.
Right, and it's certainly not the top of the list, but we just basically followed the EM priorities, and we said, okay, let's go to each location.
I think you've got good answers, but it's stuff that...
You don't think about these things. It's like life insurance. It's kind of morbid. You don't want to think about it until you have to think about it, and then you're like, oh, I never thought about it like that.
Right.
Maybe it's been mentioned before, and I've missed it. How come none of the schools is on this, or none of the, or the hospital?
It's a great question.
Yeah, we
If they got their own backup enough to do it, also, why aren't they part of it?
So it's partially with the schools, it's where the funding comes from, and then how it's dispersed, and how we can applicate that versus what the interim final guidelines dictate. So unfortunately, we weren't sure how to fit the schools into that. We've talked to the schools, and Amber, Clay, and some of us have went, and we've set up meetings potentially with the superintendent, the principals, to look at other options to fund that. But if the county wants to pick up that tab, we will certainly go survey those.
Right. Short answer is we want to.
Yes.
It just was a matter of
I could get someone to say, Patrick, go look and survey the school.
Now, you said pick up this tab. Who's picking up this tab for this?
Again, the county.
We would.
You know.
That's what I'm...
Yes. So
using ARPA funds.
Yes, using ARPA funds.
Using ARPA funds.
Yes. So utilizing
we
that.
got what, 700,000 sitting there?
Yeah. So utilizing those ARPA funds then to pick up that tab.
Still 700.
realistically, it's a matter of what the county believes, and again, when we were identifying this stuff in the beginning, guys, we probably should have spent more time with the commission and kind of identifying what the commission wants to protect. We did it from the bottom up.
We kinda
probably
did,
should have went from the top down.
Yeah.
I think we kind of.
What's your projection, what would be your estimated expense on CHS?
On the hospital? I have a quote.
Yeah, so we actually had the
quote.
hospital in there, and we were asked to take it out on the last version, so
Yeah.
it's like 20 grand, 30 grand, I think, maybe.
Let me find the old one.
Hang on.
I took
So-
it out.
And the schools aren't gonna be much, if anything. So again, the schools are gonna be a couple of devices per building, a handful of devices per building. I mean, how many school buildings are we talking about? 4?
Well,
Six.
so the hospital was removed, but it was actually $89,000. It's a pretty large.
How much?
Okay,
It was
9,000.
$89,000.
89,000.
Yeah.
I
So,
was thinking there was something that was in the 90s, but my gosh.
you got a lot of stuff at the hospital.
It's 156 units.
Yeah, you got a lot, and a lot of that's, some of the data and some of the other things that are unfortunately.
Well, now keep in mind, I just remembered this, but the EM vehicles that are on this proposal were a part of that 150.
Yes, they were. So you
it
do
would
have
probably
some
be,
of the.
right. So whatever the
hospital
EM.
may be more important than some of it here.
See, I agree. I was saying the same thing. Is I think the hospital's very important.
I agree.
I'd say for sure the hospital.
You got
Yes.
that, I'm sorry, you got the
I'd say for sure the hospital.
MRI machine that cost, I don't know how many millions of dollars, and
Right.
or whatever.
Power surge.
So it'd be.
This is a one-time investment, no annual maintenance fees thereafter.
No.
Correct.
If one blows up, they can get another one.
Correct. We're right down the road. We'll make it happen.
So it would be, the EM vehicles were $12K on the proposal, well, it's 12.33.
And
So
we
it'd
don't
be
have to wait
89.
forever for them to come from China either, do we?
I'd like to see the hospital, and I'd like to see the community
I'd like-
centers in the towns.
Yeah, I'd like to see the hospital and the community center.
Yeah.
So it'd be about 70 for the hospital if you took the EM.
Backed it back
yeah.
into. So we backed the hospital back in. It's probably an additional 70K. The community center's probably going to be a couple $1,000 less. Probably you're talking 2 to 5 devices.
So we're looking at less than, and I don't mean, dollars is important
Of course.
for everybody, even though we got the funds setting it. So
Yeah.
those added, we'd still be under 500,
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be
being a 480.
probably around 475, 480.
Yes, and again, this does.
To me, the hospital's almost a no-brainer.
Guys, this does, and ladies, this does set a precedent. This is something that we're hoping, and I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but we're hoping to set a precedent nationally with this case.
Yeah. It sets the standard and the tone for moving
If you're
forward.
talking hospitals, then you got Sunset Manor, which is full of
Yeah.
Yes,
elderly
and
people.
that's.
We did discuss those as well, potentially, both of the,
One of them's part of the dark internet, it is not.
It is. It's also Sunset Manor is a part of the long-term care after an emergency too. It's tied into the plan.
And it wouldn't cost much to add it to it.
No.
correct.
I'd say we add both.
So, it was also brought up, and this is something that we didn't consider, but I was just talking with Bobby about it last week. We didn't really look at it, and I don't remember which mayor, might have been the Newstrom mayor, wanted to throw in the airport and get coverage out at the airport for protection out there for the fueling stations and some of the building and facilities. But I could never get in touch with someone to allow us to walk through and kind of get into those things. They gave us a number and we left a message, and we got onto 50 other things and forgot about it. So the airport, I don't know if that's something you want to consider, but it might be again a couple of few, 3, 4, 5, 6 devices.
Yeah.
I would venture to say with the Wolf Creek nuclear plant sitting right here, I think it'd probably be a pretty, play a vital role to something possible.
It's the third longest
yeah.
airport in the state.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strategic
It
airport.
wouldn't add much to it. Of course, we keep adding.
Yeah.
I know, and that's the problem, Don. If we can add this thing to death, and we were trying not to.
That's why so the airport though, I mean, it would probably be 2 to 3 units.
Yeah.
We're talking about just making sure the lights stay on, making sure that the radios are
Well,
operational.
the biggest thing is that the fuel can be pumped. You want to make sure that your trucks can move the fuel around, and that you can transport or transfer that fuel into the planes.
If and when we adopt this and move forward, time frame to get it installed?
That's a great question. I don't think we've really looked at an estimate in terms of the time as far as to
3
install
months
these.
or 6 months or?
Oh, no. Well, I think once the electrician was identified, it only takes 15 minutes per device.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very simple to install.
Probably a 3-month window,
Right.
3 to 5 month window, be my guess.
And then the data just literally just plugs
Plug and
in.
play.
Yeah.
You talk about Burlington Power Station and substation. Does that include the substation at
Yes,
the
sir.
west side of town that REC has, Rural Electric has?
It is. It's the power station and then the
It's-
substation.
That substation is included.
Whatever it
Wait.
was that your man drove us to, and the only one we looked at was all together, was all in one place. So.
Well, no, so it was two places, but they were next to each other.
Yeah, they were right next to each other.
Right out the west side of town?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because that serves a lot of rural.
Yes.
Yes, where the big generators, the big generators are at, yes.
No, this is on west of that.
Oh, I think we only looked at the one facility then, where the big generators are at, and then there was like a little building right next to it, and it's almost the same parking lot.
No, this is about 3 blocks on west of that, which is,
It's on Niagara.
We just went where the
it's,
power guy that,
which served a lot of the rural community.
Okay.
When we did the power, the mayor took us and introduced us to his electrical guy, and then his electrical guy took us over to the
They
power.
wouldn't have taken you there because they're a city and wouldn't be one of their concerns, I don't suppose.
So then it is not included in this.
But, so I can understand, Bob, it comes from the city's power plant to that
Substation.
substation.
Right.
And then disperses out into the county.
Right.
So it's pretty critical.
I would say so.
It's very critical
14
because
Niagara, if you wanna look.
Okay.
How do I get in there? Who gets me in there?
better side cutters.
Don't tempt me, because I keep those in the back
Well,
of
I
my
mean,
head.
I'm sure we can just call
Line, be the Four Rivers.
Okay.
But, I think, yeah, part of Strawn is even powered from there, yeah. Which, that station also, and I know it's probably everything, but also is how the gates of John Redmond are powered.
Okay.
From that substation.
Right.
So if it's during a big flooded area, and they need to open those gates, they need electricity.
Do you know what that substation's called? Just Coffee County
I
Substation
think it's,
West or something?
No, it would be probably Four Rivers substation.
Okay.
You said it's on the west end side of town?
West side of Birmingham.
It's 3 blocks on down west of where you're talking about, where the city's substation is.
Right at 14th and Niagara. I don't know the exact address, but it's the southeast corner of 14th and Niagara.
We'll go swing by it.
As we move forward on this project, and 3 weeks into it, or 6 weeks, we discover another location that badly needed to be added to it without an issue.
Oh, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean,
I don't either, but
not a problem.
No, and
if we identify another critical.
Don, here's the thing, Andrew and I, we've discussed it, and we've discussed it with management. This is, like he said earlier, this is our home county. We want to do our part. We want to give up ourselves as the county has chosen to give to us, and vice versa. We know that this is a two-way street. And so if there's a onesie-twosie down the road, if there's 20 of them down the road, 5 of them, whatever it is, I'm sure we can find some happy, common ground where we can meet in the middle and figure it out, where it's economical for everybody involved. We're not here to take advantage of the county, and we don't want it to look that way.
So is it Burlington's power station, does it include the substation right out there south of you guys?
I don't think so. No, again, it was just that location that the mayor's man took us to in town, that big.
It's the power production facility with the huge generators.
Yeah,
and then
it's like
the
4
facility
generators
next to
in it, and then this little power distribution center next to it, so.
Because if it goes out, then you're not gonna have power.
Right.
So you're not gonna need them at your place.
It's true, it's true. But we might be looking at solar down the road, so.
The list could go on and on and on, but we can only do so much.
Yes.
And then, kind of like Don said, down the road, we might look and say, well, we need this, this, and this, and you're just down the road from us, so it's not like we have to go to China to get it.
No.
Right?
I wanna ask the question because it hasn't been asked. None of this includes installation.
It does not. So we originally had installation on the proposal, and then we took it off, I think per request, I don't really remember.
So everything would be cost plus installation.
Yeah, I think the original bid we had in there was somewhere around $30,000 for install.
Yep.
Which we had a couple of people picked out. We'd done some original estimates with some guys that gave us some bids. So that's.
So the installation for the whole project, somewhere in that 30 range.
About 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's estimated, but it's off of an estimation that we've used for a different county, so.
Yeah,
it
we
should be
changed this
pretty-
once, we're gonna change it again, we gotta reach a compromise. We gotta reach a compromise and quit changing, and if we have the opportunity to change later.
Well, that's why I brought that up. Because if you're gonna buy them, you wanna make sure, A, they're installed properly.
Yes.
B, they're installed where they need to be installed at.
Right.
And
Do you have people to install?
I would,
We do have a couple of people I would,
Locally.
yeah, I would like to recommend if.
Yeah, we have several on a list that we keep on hand locally.
From your company? Or?
No, they're not
internal.
they work with us, but they're not an actual employee. But they're all certified electricians who have installed.
You probably know
hundreds of
them.
these. Right.
I can guarantee you, most of you guys
know
know him.
Yeah.
Works over at Rock Creek and some other places. Specifically there, so.
These proposed changes we talked about, can you have that done and bring that back next week?
I can have it done today.
Yeah.
So I was afraid you'd say.
Yep. Yeah, we could.
I can have it done before we leave the building, Don.
Yeah, we already know the
How
numbers.
much time do you got before it's taco time?
As long as you bring them.
Oh, well, I can bring as many tacos as you can eat.
They're
I like tacos.
They're getting delivered right now.
It's Tuesday, and Rowdy's actually buying, no joke, Rowdy's buying tacos for everybody at the shop right now as we speak, so. Ask and ye shall receive.
well, I mean, I would, go ahead, Tom.
I guess, what's the Guardian model exactly?
So Guardian is a government level critical infrastructure model. So normally Guardians are placed on the main input of a building to take the heavy load coming in from the grid, which is a huge antenna, and then the regular EMP shield serve as the internal protection to take care of the other induced transients that come through the structure of the building.
It is the avant-garde for your primary critical things that you want to protect. It's the primary buffer for all your critical infrastructure.
So, I know this says it does not include it, so
Does it include what?
your proposal does not include Guardian models.
There are some Guardians in there. That might be a mistype.
Yeah,
probably a mistype. There are some Guardians in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, Tom, we've revised this. This is probably like the third or fourth time we've revised this.
That's
No,
okay.
no problem.
Compared to Courthouse Guardian 122.
Yeah, there are Guardians in this, but that line probably got missed. The first bid did not have any Guardians.
No. Okay.
We did not have any Guardian models in it.
Yeah, we were trying to keep it, the problem is by not putting Guardians, you're not getting the best, you're not getting the protection, right?
Okay.
I can fix that.
I was just
One of
curious.
those is $8,000.
Yes, yeah, they're,
How big are they?
they're insane. They're about this big.
Really?
It's about 2 to 3 times the size of our normal device and weighs approximately about the same, way bigger than that.
Way bigger than that.
Device is a
Yep.
little bigger than my phone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I don't see anything, but yeah, they're beefy.
Is it better for you to secure I lost my train of thought. To secure the business to install it, or is it better for us?
6.5 dozen or another. I don't care if you want me to do it. Takes the onus off of you. Saves you a couple of hairs on top of your head down the road. I'm fine with that. Otherwise, if you've got somebody particular in mind that you like,
right,
and you think you can save a couple of shekels by using them, please, by all means, be a good steward of the county's money.
Yep, it's all preference. Comes down to
To me, it'd be better if it's a turnkey job.
To me, they've got people they trust to do it. Why would we want to go out and
Does
look for
Wade
someone
need to
else?
look at everything and secure everything in
So
place?
can you get us that today? So we may not take action on it today, but at least we have it, we can look at it and think about it and discuss it.
Sure.
The total number.
Probably need to have Wade evaluate everything for us.
Sure. I thought yeah, whatever you guys need.
All I'd look at is we're looking at buying a product. I don't know that it would be anything about Wade.
Yeah,
In a single source, so it doesn't
Yeah, it's not like you're gonna have
worry about
bids.
bids.
Because you guys are a single source. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can
Plus
get.
you're in county.
We are. We're right around the corner. I can get this back to you today, sir, and then whether or not the commission takes action today or not.
So you're adding the hospital.
Correct, sir. What I currently have is I have a look at the hospital, the community building, Sunset Manor, the airport, and the substation, which is operated by Four Rivers at 14th and Niagara.
That's not going to get on today. because we're gonna have to operate through Four Rivers.
Yeah, so there's-
Yeah, the substation's gonna be probably several months.
Yeah, very high probability
Transparent.
that almost doesn't happen, but if
Right.
it does need to happen, we will, I think Andrew and I can both testify that we'll take care of it, in the grand scheme of things.
And the airport,
I think the airport needs to be there.
I do too.
I'm surprised Darren, just get in touch with Darren and get permission to.
In retrospect, following up with Bruce Bergstrom in our shop there, he told me, he can walk me right in there, but I didn't know that in the beginning, so.
Bruce can do.
Oh, yeah.
It's just bad you gotta put up with Bruce all the time.
You know what, he's not so
He's
bad.
a good guy, yeah.
For a Swedish guy, he's all right.
He's a good guy.
He is.
Always give you heck.
I do, and as you should, as we all should.
Now, he'll throw it right back, though.
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
So that is what we have. Do we want to include the 12-volt models that we purged for personnel?
My question was, we've got our county trucks out here that are going to be used for roadblocks, this, that. If they are plugged into a power connect, if the county shop is taken care of and all the electrical 12-volt plug-ins, or those 110s are plugged, all the trucks are plugged into 110 for battery charge and so on and so forth, are they protected?
I don't think so.
No.
It's different
Yeah, so
voltage.
when you're converting voltage, it's not gonna be able to translate through, so.
I'm rolling back to 110. I'll roll
The
back to
110, if it's in the building, that system's protected.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem is you'll have a 12-volt or a 24-volt system in your truck.
Right.
So, what it's gonna come down to is like, if you have the building and the vehicle and it's running to it, this is still an antenna with energy that's only flowing one direction, so you're gonna have to put protection on this because it's directly inducing the
As
free
long as it's not
electrons.
inside the building.
So, buildings can provide some form of protection, but you're still gonna need protection on that 12-volt
Right, 'cause
electrical.
you can get ground to cloud.
Contact.
Yes.
Contact, yes.
So you gotta be careful with that. It might seem like it would make sense like that, but you just gotta be careful with
I
that.
forgot about the.
Ground contacts, yep.
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 Because of all the.
Yes, the power will radiate, yes. Question, no?
You'll also include the installation on this?
Yes, you want
Is that the consensus?
I'd say yes.
So I don't think I caught the consensus on the vehicles. We got a question, but then we didn't.
I question whether at this stage those vehicles, because we may be looking at lightning strike or something, because if we have a nuclear fallout and all that, we're gonna be starting many things go on, that it's, a few vehicles not gonna matter, but our trucks, you know, it may get one of them, but I don't think it's gonna get the whole fleet at one time, because they are so spread out there.
Can you explain what an EMP is?
Oh, yes.
Above?
Andrew's
Yeah.
former special forces, so I'll let him field that one.
Yeah, no, so EMP, electromagnetic pulse, is actually created by a nuclear weapon. But it's not like what we perceive where it's happening at the ground level or above the ground. It's actually happening roughly 300 miles above the Earth is what they project would be the appropriate altitude. They being the physicists, and they're really smart people, right? And the way it works is it goes off and it actually pushes in all directions. So it's pushing outwards into space. It's also pushing downwards through the atmosphere. And so an EMP's three phases, E1, E2, and E3. I'll try to keep it short, but what's happening is when that bomb explodes, it's designed to release what's called gamma radiation. And the gamma radiation goes down and passes through the atmosphere. And when it's passing through, it creates a thing called ionization, without getting too nerdy, which basically just means the gamma radiation hits the atmosphere and kicks off freed electrons. So they're basically getting shot downwards towards the Earth in two phases. The first phase is the radiation. The second phase is from the matter of the blast, kind of stripping the remaining electrons. These are, at the minimum, 50,000 volts per square meter. So, even that, this is a regular EMP, not super EMP, which is kind of future weapons, but that exists. But the first phase is occurring in nanoseconds. So you've got roughly 50,000 volts coming down in an almost unimaginable speed, inducing into everything simultaneously. So it's going straight into the grid, it's going straight into the building, straight into your vehicles, straight into your devices, everything. Anything with transistors, resistors, diodes, silicon arsenide, microprocessors, any kind of finite microelectronics is more than likely going to be damaged or destroyed. Modern day vehicles are going to be destroyed. Anything connected to your electrical system is going to be destroyed. Even during the first two phases, portions of the grid itself could potentially be destroyed, like portions of substations, transformers, all of those things potentially. Now, some of them we don't have a lot of data on, some of the more finite things we do, but the majority of them will be destroyed from the first two phases, which is nanoseconds and microseconds from the electrons coming from the atmosphere. The third phase is a little bit more unique, and so this is kind of a two-hit type weapon because it's got the first two phases, which destroy microelectronics. The third phase is when the blast pushes outwards into space. So around the Earth is the magnetosphere that protects us from space weather. But when the blast goes off, it pushes outwards. We're talking about a large explosion, and it pushes on the magnetosphere and creates a fluctuation. And so when that's fluctuating, it actually creates a low and slow charge at the ground level of the Earth. It's similar to the solar flare we discussed before.
It's like walking your feet on the carpet and dragging your feet.
Right.
It builds up static.
But at a
Same
lower
effect.
level. So it's a low level charge being built over 10 plus hours. So it's not affecting small antennas like a vehicle or the electrical system it's building, but it is inducing into the grid. And it's building charge over time because there's nowhere for that charge to dissipate, because it's a consistent charge being built. So the E3 is basically what's killing off the remaining portions of the grid. It's going into facilities if they don't have some form of protection. It's also going directly into facilities as well. And so overall, between the three phases, you basically turned us back to the 1800s. We no longer have communications, microelectronics, functional vehicles, you name it.
To answer your question, Bob, yes.
If he wasn't here, could you explain it that easy?
Yes. To be
Okay.
to be honest with you, it will hit all your trucks at the same time. It's basically a line of sight, horizon-based event. So if your vehicle is in the line of sight from where that aerial burst happened, it's going to. So if it happens back here behind Andrew's head, if your truck is parked over here on this side of Andrew's face, it's fine. But if it's back here on the back side of Andrew's head, it's getting nuked. Everything's getting wired.
So the reason that they
building then, is it okay?
Depends on the type of building.
So this is where we need more data and more scientists studying, and we're working on it. Certain buildings are designed specifically to have certain levels of attenuation built into them, which means that it's how resistant is it, or how able to induce is it to deflect the electrons from going directly inside of it. And to kind of provide context on the scope and scale of an EMP, at 300 miles, we're covering the entire United States, the bottom portion of Canada, and the upper portion of Mexico. That's how large this is.
Everything within that sphere of sight or line of sight will be affected, and will hit those induced electrons like you talked about.
And very unfortunately, Nebraska and Kansas and somewhere in the middle above is where they would more than likely do it, because it's going to cover the largest portion of the United States. So we are going to get the largest amount of this free.
So is this via satellite orbiting the
Could be.
Earth, or
could be?
So there's
or is that information?
Well, we got to be careful what we say, but there's several delivery platforms that we're aware of. The public ones are hypersonic weapons platforms, which are just now becoming popular, but they've been around for quite some time. The reason they're becoming popular in the news is because you're not able to deter the platform because it's flying flat and fast. It's not going like this, it's going like this.
Yeah, your old
very, very
ICBMs
fast.
are on an arc.
Right. So they can deliver payloads of nuclear weapons at the ground level, EMPs, and all kinds of other unique things that we won't talk about here. There is also, and I can't get too far into this, there is space-based weapons. People don't think there is. There absolutely is.
Space Force was created. It's not a joke.
For a reason, yes. There is space-based weapons from foreign adversaries that currently fly above the United States.
We have a TV show on Fox that makes fun of it, but it's not a joke.
If you do want to glean more information, we can give you some papers written from Peter Pry. He's one of the considered to be.
We know what you're talking about anyway.
It's all sciencey, nerdy stuff.
Right. Yes. So he's the godfather of EMP, basically.
It really is. It's unless you understand physics and all these weird equations, I just look at them.
Andrew, what type of degree he had to come up with all this knowledge?
Leadership. My master's is in leadership.
In leadership?
Yep. So 15 years in the military, 10 of which was in special operations.
Yeah.
Actually got out of the military instead of retiring to come help start EMP Shield, because
we conned him out of going and doing what he was really going to do.
So what I did in the military was actually psychological operations, or PSYOP, which is a pretty unique field. But it's marketing for the military, but on a scope that we don't discuss.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Yeah. So they kind of snatched me up. And
so what does all this do to humans?
Nothing. So there is no physical effect.
Okay, that's Okay.
None that we are willing to discuss in this meeting, because that gets into tinfoil hat territory.
Well, there's theory that.
There's
what
theory
you guys
there,
are protecting really has nothing to do
Correct.
with the human.
Physical
Okay,
hardware
so
only.
people are still gonna be.
You're still here and
Your
have to now deal
pacemaker
with
is
the
still
effect.
affected, your Rolex is still affected, your smartphone, any of those things to minute
Right.
degrees are gonna be affected.
Now, there is, just in this room, there's a lot of myths and there's variables associated to it. So modern pacemakers are not going to be affected by an EMP. Same with this, like a iPhone. It's not going to be affected. We don't believe because of the EMI shielding that's required by the FCC inside of it.
But I think a lot of people, probably out here in YouTube land, are looking at this and things you're talking about, they're probably thinking, oh gosh, there's no people left. But what your product does, there's gonna be people, and your product is making it so.
Right.
It could be the best that they can be, because they're still gonna have a lot of the things. So
Right.
that's what you guys are selling.
Exactly. So basically what EMP
Better
Shield...
quality of life than what it
Yes.
would be otherwise.
Exactly. So the real problem that EMP Shield solved is protecting operational electrical systems. So before us, there was a thing, and it still exists, it's a Faraday cage. It's a box that doesn't allow any signal in or out.
Mhm.
And that was literally the only way to protect against EMP. We basically now, the building's running and protected, the car's running and protected, like that.
So, we're gonna take this bad boy back, we're gonna write it up again, we're gonna add, still didn't get a yes or no, thumbs up, thumbs down on the 12-volt extra vehicle models. We're gonna exclude those, keep those excluded this time, for now, the employee stuff. I think that's the way you're leaning.
We do have some of the emergency vehicles on it though, correct?
Correct. Yeah, there's 30
Yes.
on there.
Okay, to
Lead
me
with that?
personally, I think that we're probably, that's place, and I think as it goes along, we're gonna look and come up with other things.
Sure.
And those might be the other things, but that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Fair enough, works for me, works for you guys. So then we're going to leave that for now, we'll punt on the remainder of the 12 vehicle models. We're going to include the hospital, we're going to include the community center, we're going to include Sunset Manor, include the airport. For now, we're going to punt on the substation owned by Four Rivers at 14th and Niagara until we can get in there and do a real thorough walkthrough. And then we're going to include install costs. Is that?
Include 6 community centers.
So we want to go back to New Strong, Lebo, all of the community centers, Ridley.
Yeah.
We want to include all of those. We can do that. So all community centers. Fair enough.
I think I'm wrong on that substation, I think it's 15.
15th and Niagara.
Close enough.
Yeah, you'll find it.
We will.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one, just to be transparent, it's going to take a little bit of time because it's Four Rivers, you know.
Yeah. Southwest and southeast.
Very well.
All right. Anything else for us?
Get that back to us. Well, I'm sure we've got several roundtable things to discuss. We'll probably still be here this afternoon.
Where's that? We can have it back. And how many tacos did you say? 3? 4 taco guy? How many are?
I'm not talking
All right. Don't tease me like that.
He likes rice, though.
You like rice? Okay. All right.
No, I'm kidding.
I would have taken more as a taco guy than a rice guy. You're just trying to start a fight. Yeah, look at her.
Yeah, there's a big difference between Spanish rice and
rice is rice.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No tacos or rice for you.
No, I'll pass on that.
Okay.
Well, we really appreciate you guys'
Yes.
presentation, really do. And we're really excited to hear the staying in Coffee County thing. It's gonna be a big thing for Coffee County.
I think you answered a lot of questions, and anyone who would pick this up and look at it, I think would probably have all the same questions, and you answered them, and I thought you did a great job of what you're doing there, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I really understand the importance of your product. Just how far can you go? You can,
where do you want?
You can only afford to go so far, I think, in certain things.
This is true, but this is that analogy, you know, how do you eat the elephant? One bite at a time.
That's true. That's exactly right.
You know, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
All right. We'll take this
Awesome.
back. We'll get started on this. We'll get it back to Mr. Skipper and then go from there. Is that right? Pretty cool.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Spagnuolo, it's, yes, it's,
S-P-A-G.
Do we want to take a break?
it's S-P scribble.
Okay.
Well, we've got a round table on,
Our deal's
Four or five round tables.
well,
And then,
Sorry about that.
coming back.
Wade coming back.
Gee, wait a minute, Judy, other than just for us to think about it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I think it was just
Bobby?
before, so
Yes,
you
sir.
wanted
Yes, sir.
those things brought up for discussion.
Okay, guys.
What do we do?
Yes, sir.
I'm good. If y'all want to take a 30-minute break, we'll take a 30-minute, 45-minute break. I don't care.
I'd be down for that.
45-minute break?
You say 1 o'clock.
We'll just call 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Alright.
That way
It'd be nice if they have time to get back.
Call
Yeah.
recess.
Call recess till 1 o'clock. Flip the switch.
So we never switched that from chairs to RPAS, we just left it.
All right, we're back. For lunch. I guess the EMP Shield Group is back with their revised proposal.
Correct.
Come on up.
Sure.
I think we ended, no, we ended, yeah, we ended with you. We're gonna start back with you again.
This was all by design. This was all Providence, you know, everything happens for a reason.
Ooh, it really does help that we're like 2 blocks down the street, too.
Yeah.
I think we got enough. Are we missing one?
There's 7.
I'll make a copy.
Oh, you can, I'll just talk over it.
There you go.
Yep, it's okay. So yeah, we were able to, after we discussed, we went back, we were able to add, the locations that we discussed. So it was, we added the hospital, community centers, the Sunset Manor, and the airport. And we also added the install costs as well.
Yep.
And then something we also did is we decided, because we think the vehicles are important, we are adding the 30 EM vehicles for free. So we'll include them at no cost on the deal as well.
We're gonna eat the cost.
We think it's important.
Either that
We want them
or,
to be in there.
or we put it on the additional line item and we try to find funding for it down the road, but I think it's kind of beside the point. It's like what we were talking about before. If your managers and your people that push the buttons can't get to work, then what was the point in having the button in the first place?
The biggest thing is making sure that they move it on to the next vehicle if they change vehicle.
Correct. So that will be a protocol that the county will have to establish with its employees and its
Right.
maintenance protocols. You guys will have to create a good log of that and make sure you know which vehicle it's in, and that kind of thing. But we can provide an initial log with some install stuff. We can help with some of that, but it will be on you. The onus will be on the county to maintain that after the fact, obviously.
Make sure it rolls over into the next.
You betcha.
Next vehicle.
Also, as we discussed, we did add in the first, you see it highlighted in yellow, but there's now a section on page 12, I think, that where you can add additional stuff later.
Yep,
to it.
yep.
Yeah, I think,
Just kind of fill it in if you need to.
Bob
later.
wanted that added there, maybe, the additional line.
But I think down the road, I think there will be some other things come up.
Good.
Yes, sir.
I really think there will be.
Yes.
Well, and like you say, this is all new stuff that is available for safety.
Correct.
And there's gonna be more stuff, we hope.
Yes, we are actively.
That, gonna be beneficial.
Yes, we are actively pursuing new technology, again, which we won't discuss here, but.
So, hey, Skipper,
Sir?
you're saying this does qualify ARPA funds?
Yes, sir.
And I'm basically showing a balance of less than that in our fund balance right now.
Because you haven't got the second installment of your ARPA funds.
We have not.
So
Okay.
if you did this, the funds can just be reimbursed with the ARPA money as it comes in. And as it comes in here in this next month,
Should be soon.
yeah, in a month or two, the second round, the second half, which is $800,000+.
Okay. To add to what the balance is now, give or take, okay. open up with something like that, because we might start with 700, so, anyway, okay. Well, for me, I guess it's, I mean, if ARPA funds is gonna cover this, it's not, we're not using, tax dollars, I mean, so it's kind of a given. It needs to be put into motion, and, I'll make the motion that we enter into agreement with EMP Shields on this purchase order as presented, $497,713 using ARPA funds. That's a way to pay for it.
Thanks for that.
Because there's just, I mean, I don't know, you just can't, like you guys saying, it's not if, it's when. It's just like having life insurance, it's not if, it's when, or health insurance, it's not if, it's when.
Yes, unfortunately.
It's just a good insurance policy, I think. With that being said, I should ask this one question first. So we've had an electrician looking at some things here, and I had a short conversation with Barb as I walked in, and she was talking, our electrician has checked out some of our surge protectors we have down for different things. So should we hold him off till what you guys get done is done? Or we won't even need those once you guys are done, assuming.
You can use those as supplemental.
Yeah, so with the installation built in, our electrician will cover all the installs. And then if you want to use this other individual for the additional items that we might add later, maybe.
You're talking about end-of-point surge protection. You're talking like a strip that somebody plugs their things into, or what do you mean?
Well, our HVAC system, we've had some issues with it, and they said that they were checking in to see if there was a surge protector.
Oh, I get you.
We've had some storms lately.
So you're talking about that transient surge like we were talking about before. This will clean up your transient surge.
Okay.
So, yes, this will, in that case, hold off your guy. Let's get these installed, and that'll take care of it.
Solve part of the problem right there.
And I think I talked to Andrea and told her to hold off on any type of surge protector for the heating and air, because I kind of knew maybe something was coming out.
Sure,
Sure, as well as that control board too, correct?
I think it'll clean it. I think it'll clean it all up.
Okay, all right.
I think.
Good enough. So,
But I mean, we still gotta go through and update the computer systems that we passed here.
yes,
last week.
rude, I don't know if we want to have that installed, so this is installed that way.
It shouldn't affect it. Ours.
Well, I'm not saying it affected me, if something happens between now and the time.
Oh, the liability of losing it. Gotcha. There you go. That's a great point.
Right.
I mean, it's already messed up now, if I put a new one in it and get hit by a lightning storm.
Right.
We're in lightning season.
Yes, we are, yeah.
What kind of leave?
He looked out the window. Don't scare me like that. Last night was some of the biggest thunder I think I've ever heard in my life.
With that, I'll second it.
And how many vehicles did this include for free?
30 emergency service vehicles.
30 emergency vehicle
Yes.
services, free to the county, no expense.
Yes, sir. Now, those are not attached to any particular EMS plan. That's on the county's discretion to decide where they go and how.
Right.
Again, you'll have to create that protocol, and then it's on you. But we can help, again, obviously.
Motion's been made by Tom, seconded by Tim, to enter in a contract agreement for $497,713 of funding for the ARPA, out of the ARPA fund, to equip the county with EMP protective devices from EMP Shields. Any further discussion?
I think, contrary to what some people think, I think this does show that we are very involved in the county and are willing to take care of the county and its entities.
Amen. Absolutely agree.
I was gonna add that as well.
Thank you. It was a great point.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to sign this anywhere?
I think officially, an autograph would be great on page 2 there. There's a signatory line. Yes, so anyone that is approved can do so. would like to do so, we
Any
would
motion
really.
on-
I would
Authorized director.
move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the agreement with MP Shields.
Bob,
EMP, yes.
All second.
Tim second, Bob moved, authorize chairman to sign documentation, seconded by Tim. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Thank you.
And if I should include that in my motion.
I was, yes, sir.
You might want to take that and make it third, fourth.
Oh, yeah. He's still Army technically.
Still retake.
Oh, I'm always Army, although you can't tell by the haircut.
He's out of rank.
I went to get it yesterday and remembered it was Memorial Day, so that didn't work out. Thanks, sir.
Do we want a copy of that?
I can email over a copy to Mr. Skipper, and you can. Oh, you mean a copy of the signs? Sorry.
Yeah, we might.
Yeah, we probably should have
Yeah, we
it for our
probably
record.
Right there?
Well, hopefully we're stepping stone for the rest of the area for you guys and business. Once again, I think the board is, I don't think the county or the cities understand what, magnitude EMP Shield's gonna have on Coffee County.
The gravity and the weight of what precedent we have established here today, none of us will recognize until years down the road, when our children and our grandchildren reap the rewards of the things that we protected them against, the boogeymen of the night, that they didn't even know were real. And that, gentlemen, that is where you will find some peace of mind. When you know that you did your part here in the county, and in the adjacent counties, and in the adjacent states to protect us, not just as citizens of this county, but as a citizen of this country. So, thank you.
They had asked me, commissioners, if you don't mind, for them, this is also very significant, and
yes,
they would like to take a few pictures. If you wouldn't mind, a minute where you may, get closer so I can get a picture of
Yes,
all of you.
would that be all right?
Okay.
Do we wanna go down in the lobby underneath the Coffee County?
Coffee County flag?
Yeah, that'd be
Sure.
phenomenal.
Yeah, so we, just in full disclosure, we would like to market this. Andrew he's a master marketeer. I don't know if you've ever looked up EMP Shield on Google, but if you do it one time, he'll track your internet address forever, but,
He's a crumb lever.
He is. He's great at it, but he would love to market and capitalize on this opportunity, again, to pitch this to adjacent counties and then spread this all the way up to the top, to the White House.
Well, yes, but first and foremost, I think just documenting the historical event, and then, when we're going to the other counties.
I think overall, we're all on board that you can use us any time you want for promotional, I think. Because the more we can do for you, the more you're gonna be doing for us.
That's beautiful. Let's do this again then. Let's get let's take the pictures today, but if we don't mind, we can, if you need to end the session, I would love to get us all in formal dress and on a decent day where Andrew can take several good pictures that he can manipulate on the Facebook, on the whatever.
Formal?
Yes,
I think they look okay.
I think you guys look great. No, but don't get me wrong. Where Andrew and I aren't sweating them like I'm sweating in this.
I took it off. I'm sorry. I was sweating.
Man.
FYI, I'm not a suit and tie guy.
Yeah, whatever it is, but
I can't think of any reason why anybody would want to put something around their neck.
Right.
Yeah. Willingly.
I agree.
So we want to take a 5-minute break and run down to the flag?
Well, not a break.
Do we gotta take a break?
But let's do it. No, we don't have to take a break. Let's just do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Would you mind holding this? I'm putting it back on. Just for the picture.
They're doing this history at red level coverage. So we're gonna market that as well.
Special operations, yes, sir. Oh, my gosh. Iraq twice, Bangladesh, 3 previously, Bangladesh, no go. Yeah, that was, Fort Benning, but Vietnam, that didn't mean anything.
Russia invaded Ukraine the first day, they disabled 7 different missile defense systems with EMP, targeted EMP. And they've done it a bunch since. That's the only thing keeping Ukraine the Russian Air Force in control of the skies. It's their EMP weapons.
I'll be darned. Interesting. You got anything for us, anything else?
No, sir.
Going to wait 1 minute, I think I would like to, on behalf of myself, I would like to thank you for the work you've done with the EMP shields and copy coverage.
They hadn't been real fun to play ball with, but it's worth it. They're a good company.
I think you've seen the the service that EMP shields can provide for the county and the growth of the company. It's good to keep them here in the county.
Potential growth there is unimaginable, what that could bring to the county in the future.
Yes, sir.
And maybe not the future, but the near future.
Very much so. And I think you're gonna see some of that here real soon.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work y'all done.
Thank you. Oh, what a day. Okay, table. Are we waiting on the job title until Wayne time, or?
Job title.
The promotion?
No, I think that's I mean, I'm not waiting on him.
Okay.
I just thought maybe we needed
To discuss
it further.
I guess we'll go back to the motion that was tabled first thing this morning. I checked the numbers are good, but I'm just trying to.
Well, we don't have anybody here representing the road and bridge to
give us more information than what's been presented.
from the lead man to the supervisor on the asphalt crew. What's the difference between lead man and supervisor?
So this fulfill that in-house advertised position?
Was this in-house advertising?
This is the position that
This
he
is the one that
advertised.
somebody left and took it.
Somebody left went to Allen County.
Right, and this fulfills that,
Oh, okay.
in-house position.
So just a little more discussion.
A little bit.
I'm good.
The dominoes fell.
Exactly.
Yeah, he evidently the asphalt leadman, although I don't know, I'd have to look, but, you know, this is an opportunity for him to be promoted to the supervisors.
Yeah.
And that's always a goal of a department, to promote within if you can.
Okay, motion moved to authorize Director Chairman to sign CP2 for Bill DeWitt promotion, subject to regular IPP from asphalt lead man to asphalt crew supervisor. Wage classification from 40-3 to 55-1, with the wage from $20.54 to $23.99, effective 6/1/22. I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse's moved. Don seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. There's that one. Okay, we've got, what do we want to do? Let's see. The jail. Write down the jail. From the, ad hoc committee. Recommendations from the ad hoc committee to 96 beds.
Late Friday, I think it was, we got the email about the verbiage to possibly go on the ballot. Is that correct, the way that's worded, Andy?
Yes.
Okay. Like I say, I read it over the weekend 2 or 3 times. having heard what Mark Raymer said about 96 beds, it said 92 if it was, so.
Yeah.
Does
96,
this-
what they was talking about the other
Does
night.
this verbiage suit you as far as the election?
Yep. I just needed something to be able to place on the ballot.
But this is gonna have to say 96 beds.
Correct.
I changed that. Is the square footage the same?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's, cause it's all within the same.
in the same walls, it
Same,
should be the
same
same.
footprint.
Yeah.
I believe, I think you are correct that that is the same. It was that square footage without the extra pods.
Right, be two extra
to,
pods.
to add later, and then ad hoc committee suggested just go ahead and do it now,
Right.
so.
I think they had the kind of the same feelings that we all had. It's gonna cost way less to do it now than 10, 15, 20 years down the road. It's gonna cost as much.
Yeah.
Half the amount of money to put two pods in.
Even 3 or 4 years now, probably add 25% to it.
Sure could.
Where the inflation rate's going.
Yeah. And I know that's a prediction and a forecast, whatever you wanna call it, but nothing, it won't back up, that's for sure.
Mhm.
They won't go back very far, I guarantee you, that never does. Do we want to add wording in this to up to 10 million? Because they kinda gave us percentage,
Well,
33%.
if you look down below, and I looked at it, it says kind of, 10 million, leaving a balance of 20 million or less. So, if we say up to 10 million, I feel like we're saying it could come in less, which is always a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the projected now, even with the alternates, was 27,
Mm-hmm.
so this 30 is taken into account for, hopefully, a lot of it.
So if we come under cheaper, coming out of reserve would be 10 million.
Just do it 33%.
Correct. A third.
But if it comes in at 27, then it's only 9 million.
Yep.
The way this reads at the top, you're gonna give the 10 no matter what.
That's what I'm saying.
The way
up-
this is stated.
Up to 10 million
Yeah.
out of reserves.
Well,
The use of up to 10 million in county.
We just wanna make sure
funds.
it's clear. Most important thing is,
Right now, no matter what, we're taking 10 out of the reserves.
That's
the
what it-
way this reads.
You're exactly right, Tim. It says the county's initial fund contribution is 10 million, leaving a balance of 20 million or less to be financed.
and to me, the 20 or less, to me, is a more prominent statement, not to exceed 20 million. Might be a little more value than or less. Either way, they're saying about the same thing.
I mean, I'm
I don't know which
totally-
is the strongest message.
I'm totally fine if it comes, if the bond, or if the the bond amounts come in under $20,000,
20%.
or 20 million, yeah, 20 million, I'm totally fine with spending the 10.
10.
You just saving that much less.
Yeah.
You're just saving that much less than interest.
So no matter what, we're
So,
contributing 10 million to the cause.
Yeah, chances are, even if the bid comes in at 28, you're almost a third, 2/3 anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe 30-70 or whatever, but, or 35-65, but.
I mean, I know there was some reserve thoughts, and I think the money situation has been brought to light, that there's a little more out there than what we knew of, and that's available. So I'm 100% for the 10 million of reserves going towards the jail project.
I definitely am.
So the verbiage would be correct on this,
Yeah.
in that case.
I'll go back to the ad hoc committee. One of the gentlemen that spoke today, Mr. Hoyt, he is financial, somewhat, he's precise in his numbers and meticulous, so I mean, if he's on board and after speaking with Kroll and Angie and everyone else, if he's on board 100% like he is, then there's no doubt in my mind, so I'm fine with it too.
So I guess we need to make a motion to accept the notice of bond election verbiage.
Has Wade looked at this?
I think he has.
I doubt it. It just came out late Friday.
Well, that's true. If he's available.
I might be okay, but.
We could table it
I
till he comes
think we
back.
probably need him to look at it before, if we prove it, any change or something, then we're back again.
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
If he's available then.
See if he's available.
No sense changing
We'll hold him.
it, we don't wanna look like we don't know what we're doing.
So,
There's one sentence in there, a portion of bonds may be taxable. And right now, they probably are gonna be taxable. Does that need to be changed?
no. Because that is true, it was just a portion, they say.
They're saying 100%.
They're saying 100%.
Oh, they did.
Yeah,
they said 100%.
And that's why you talked about.
That way they did not
Hoyt,
want to have to be worried about redoing or
Well, then
breaking.
And that's what ad hoc committee came up the other night, and Kent spoke very, that was the direction to go.
Should be, like, bonds will be taxable.
Will be taxed.
100% be taxable.
And that way you can eliminate the federal prisoners' words and all that stuff, and that's not,
Yeah,
somebody.
that's right, they did state that, I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
To, just to say, trying to isolate this and isolate that, that's right. Yeah.
Portion of the bonds.
How would that read?
Bonds will be taxable.
100% taxable bonds.
Yeah. Just change that may to will, I think.
Yeah.
Well, you guys did it the easy way, I did it the hard way. The portion of the bonds will be taxable.
In fact, that shouldn't say portion.
Yeah.
It should maybe say all bonds will.
All.
All bonds will be taxable. And I don't know about the line item below it. Should the intent to hold modest number. That whole last sentence
It
may
doesn't need
need,
to be there.
that whole last sentence may be reevaluated.
That has all to do with non-tax, with,
Yeah. That whole, the last three lines probably ought to be rewritten, other than a raise.
just need to eliminate it all, other than, bonds will be taxable. Bonds.
We need to rewrite that one sentence.
So I wonder if it says the tax exempt rates may range. Tax exempt, that doesn't make any sense. Tax exempt rates may range between 7.75 and 4.85. I would say taxable, no. No, tax exempt, because there is tax exempt bonds and taxable bonds.
Yeah.
Didn't you say they were doing
That's what he-
taxable because?
Taxable,
It's
they
all
don't
gonna
have
be
to mess with,
taxable.
Yeah.
they want.
Eliminate any possible problem.
With the federal government,
Mhm.
yeah.
I think we need to have a way to rewrite that last sentence.
Okay.
That's what the ad hoc committee suggested, that they'd be all taxable.
Yeah, correct. They,
So, I don't know.
So would we even?
We'll get his blessing, but, yeah.
Do we even need the bottom 3 sentences or 3 lines?
So how
I
soon?
don't think we do,
may not.
other than we need the interest bit.
How soon do you need 100% verbiage, Andy?
Well,
Or
I
Angie?
can enter everything we have here, and then if you guys modify it, say by next Monday, then I can go in and change whatever you
Okay.
modify. But at least I've got a good.
They give Wade
start.
time to reevaluate.
Yeah.
So you've got another week or so before you have to have 100%?
Yeah,
Okay.
but at least, like I said, this will get the bulk of it in, and then I can modify that.
Well, we're thinking now that just saying basically 100% of the bonds will be taxable. And that, because it says, should the intent to hold a modest number of nonviolent federal prisoners materialize, well, that should be reworded just a touch.
I'm not sure that it even needs to be in there.
I think it needs to be in there.
Okay, well then,
Because
Who
we're
was
just
the
doing,
guy,
we're just doing
the bond
taxable
attorney?
bonds.
What's his name?
Joe Saban.
Has he seen that?
I don't
See,
know
I don't know
who-
either.
Who wrote it up?
Well, that was.
This come from Goldberg, Sidney Goldberg, or?
Imagine Joe better see
He
this.
should see it, I'm thinking.
I don't think there's
Okay.
anything in here though that Joe would change based on what was said the other night. Other than that one sentence.
It still wouldn't hurt.
It wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
So
We hired you people to look it over.
we'll
It sounds
just-
like we got a week to,
I don't have Joe's email, do you? To where, for,
Wade has it.
either one of those can forward it to him, so that we can make the final
Probably
decision.
Wade, I don't have it.
So we can make a final decision next week. So what I say,
10-4.
we can beat this up for another hour or so, and then they come up and beat it up some more.
Beat it up some more and redo whatever,
Yeah. So,
whatever we thought about.
that's what I say. Angie's got a template that she's got another week or so, and as long as everybody sees it by next week, we'll be good.
So we got the KNRC that was presented to us this morning.
You know, thinking about this, and I went to Topeka to the Capitol, and all back what Tracy said. When she mentioned what they did turn, they did pay attention, and that's hard to do in a committee meeting. I bumped into Tracy up at Nebraska, spoke with her a little more, and, I really liked what they did with the lesser prairie chicken. Watching on the Nature Conservancy and what they're doing just as close as they're doing, I think this would be a good idea to try it for a year.
Could we get a hold of Eric and have him come in as a representative and hear his opinion on this?
Okay, we're gonna blow up on that.
Bounce around.
We're gonna bounce around a little bit, 'cause Wade's a hot commodity
If we
today.
could do that, we could have
Yeah, we
Henry,
can-
have Henry doing it while we're.
No, try to go for there.
You want him here now, so you can?
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
The verbiage for the voting.
So I think we need to, there's a meeting a Zoom meeting with the sheriff and Goldberg and Serrano, and apparently I'm a part of it too, on Thursday to talk about this. Now that, so I think this is what Goldberg sent out,
Yes.
but I'm not sure it's been reviewed by Serrano. And Serrano is the key because the legalities and the wording of what it needs to have. And he mentioned during the ad hoc committee meeting some specific language that talks about at some point in time, if it's not paid for the way that the county thinks it's gonna be paid for, then it may result eventually in an increase in property taxes, and that's what he calls the doomsday approach. But it has to be put in the ballot. So we need to make sure that that's included.
But
Not see that it is.
one of the things we were looking at is we wanted to say all bonds will be taxable, and then, but after that it says should the intent hold modest we just thought we could take those out and just state that all bonds will be taxable bonds, and not go along with any
Non-taxable.
of these portions of bonds, maybe we just eliminate that part of it there. because we're not gonna do non-taxable bonds.
That's what ad hoc committee suggested this morning anyway.
Yeah, so,
And on yours, it needs to be 96 instead of 92 at the top.
Beds.
Beds.
okay.
One thing Serrano did say the other night, that we got, the ballot needs to be very specifically on how it's written. So he needs to be a player in this.
Yeah.
Is he gonna be at the Gridley meeting Thursday night?
That, I'm not sure.
Which don't make any difference, but Thursday night's Gridley, so.
I'm not sure which ones, Serrano's coming to, or Goldberg. I couldn't tell you that. So one of the questions I had asked Serrano is sort of the hybrid taxable, non-taxable, and I think he was gonna research that, but, and he may have a better idea because he sort of got a good idea of what the ad hoc committee was gonna recommend for him to be able to start doing his analysis and getting his figures together.
So there's a fair amount of work still being done.
Yes, and it will all come to a head no later than next Monday, which is the June 6th deadline that originally it was the 2nd, and
At noon, but if I've got this, I can enter in, and then whatever's changed, we can modify it.
so that was the compromise that was made, because I had gone over and asked Angie, I said, is there a way we could have a little flex room? And that was the compromise.
You went ahead and bent that straw a little further, right?
No, that was I mean, there was no bending, that was just, I mean.
Just table to Monday then.
And I think Serrano and Goldberg and maybe all of the above will be here to walk through, because that's where they'll come up with this and give you the final presentation. Now, you'll need to make the motion at some point to change what you had already, and maybe you've done that already, to go from 60.
We haven't done that.
Okay. So you'll have to go back and probably,
Amend the motions.
either amend or
Rescind. Yeah,
that's the word. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word.
Okay.
Rescind that motion and then basically start over from scratch.
Okay. I think that's all. We just needed your blessing on that. If you're involved in it with the meeting, then we're gonna step back out of it and wait till Monday.
Yep.
I think that's the general consensus of the board.
As far as I'm concerned, yes, there's more happening.
So Eric was there, and he can, if I misstated, so the notice of bond election, Goldberg had sent that out. I think you were on that email as well. We need Serrano to vet this because he talked about some pretty specific language, and that's set for Thursday. Very well.
Did you state you want to be here on this COVID shot stuff?
Did I want to be here?
Yeah.
I just was the messenger and bringing it up so that you could discuss it.
I just didn't want you to have to leave and
I'll need to come back so I can give you the copy of the church RFP and see if it.
Okay.
So.
We'll continue with this with Eric, and you got stuff you need to do and bring back.
Court. So I will be back.
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Eric, we was presented KNRC, Kansas Natural Resource Coalition. Tim was stating about something went on at Topeka otherwise, so.
I noticed up there the committee hearing on the 30x30, Tracy, when she got up to speak, they paid attention.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion on them?
Well, first of all, let me say I'm speaking as state representative. ignore the garb, that I'm wearing. So, as state representative, I mean, my opinion is, look, I'm probably not gonna tell you anything you don't already know, and that is that the folks in our country have seen, some unprecedented actions by our government, right? And trust levels have really wavered. This group, I think, is made up of folks who identify that things can go badly if you don't pay attention to how you're governed, right? So, opening doors like 30 by 30, et cetera, makes people nervous. And I think the general consensus is we need to not just open those doors, but rather stand guard at them. And if you want something, ask us. I think that's where we're at with it. That's the 30,000-foot view of it. I don't have any specific criticisms of either side of it, really. I mean, I have my personal opinions of things. I think I've been identified as a radical right-wing guy because I belong to certain groups, and you know, it's unfortunate that that's the way we're going to view each other now. That's not at all it. I'm just trying to pay attention to what the conversations are. I think that's what we're all supposed to do in our positions. We don't necessarily have to take a position initially, but try to educate ourselves on it. And I think this is one group that can provide you at least one side of that argument so that you have a better idea. And I'm not real familiar with the group themselves, and I don't believe Ms. Martin and I have ever spoken, so really not a whole lot to offer to you from my perspective. But
having them on our side is probably not a bad thing, or as a tool in our toolbox.
Well, you know, having anybody with valid information is always good, right? So if you have questions about why, you know, I still have questions about why. 30 by 30, yeah, I'm standing back and thinking, well, I'm not so sure I'd bite off on that one. So being able to have another group, what do you have on this? I think Miss Angel Cushing has been here a few times to talk to you about those different things, and she's a wealth of information. That doesn't mean she's the expert or the final say, and I think we need to take it with a grain of sand or a grain of salt and say, you know, that's something we need to consider, analyze it. And I mean, there's just a ton of information out there, and you guys know that if you paid attention to anything she sent to us, it's about this thick, you know, on every issue that they talk about. So trying to educate yourself on it is a challenge. Yeah, we got to be careful.
Full-time job.
It is, it really is. I'm sorry, I can't help you with it much more than that. I mean,
well, just your wisdom and from the state level, you know.
I appreciate it. I'm not on that committee, actually, the 30 by 30 committee I'm not on, but I do have, you know, I've tried to pay attention to what's going on there. That was more or less an informational. I think that what occurred there wasn't actually any piece of legislation that we were going to take on or anything. But a lot of things we do up there is informational. I mean, we got to know what the broad picture is. Make sure that we're getting it from both directions, and that's why I'm suggesting what I do to you is take it as that direction of information and use it as a resource when those questions come up and people say, hey, we want you to be part of this National Historical Federation or whatever it is, you know, that they're going to bring to you. Well, let me check in on that. Let me see what you're about. Yeah.
So you don't think, as a Coffee County being a member of this organization, would necessarily be a step backwards?
I don't have any specific information to tell you that it would be negative. I don't.
It would be a step forward.
I don't know. I'm not in a position where I can advise you on that. I wish I knew more about the group.
So not to take anything away from Eric, but sounds like our right-hand commissioner here, Mr. Johnson, knows way more about it.
I used to be like a resource too. Yeah.
I just know watching, and a guy's got to watch this, as far as saying it, the Kansas Natural Resource Coalition.
Mm-hmm.
They're hiring at Cottonwood Falls for a real estate person for land trust. Getting them involved, buying land trust. When that's going on this close in the Flint Hills, my red flags go up.
Sure.
And this is one that they're saying that they'll be watching very closely.
You just said this was Tracy's group.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
I'm
you
sorry.
said, yeah.
I misspoke.
Start over.
Nature Conservancy.
Nature Conservancy.
Nature.
There you go, that's
Okay.
national, yeah.
I see what happens.
No,
But
right. And so what I would say on that, and I think that's what you're trying to iterate here, is the idea that anytime a group's gonna come in and start making proposals for large land grabs, we probably ought to pay attention. You know, what are we giving away here and who is this group? You do the same thing in any kind of contract that you're gonna go into, so. I can't offer better or more specific than that, I can't.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, sir.
Did we tell them we wanted out of the the Freedom Frontier?
Yes.
Did we? But I see we're still in it, according to the map.
Well, until an action is taken. Because that wasn't until what we did, we asked to be out of it. But it's gotta be approved in Washington DC to be pulled out of it.
Good luck with that. Okay.
We can take their signs down along the interstate, can't we?
Oh.
State property.
Oh, yeah. Dadgummit.
You know, these type of programs or committees, how do you go out and research and gather all the facts you possibly can and rely on what facts is true facts and what facts aren't?
It's hard to determine.
It's hard to
It's
do
almost
in today's
impossible.
world.
It's almost impossible.
And not just that topic, about any topic.
Any topic,
Any
that
topic.
totally that you're unfamiliar with. If it's a topic you're familiar with, you can kind of figure out, you know, what's right and what's wrong. But here, how do you evaluate
It's hard to do.
everything behind it?
Not an easy answer.
It may be a year or two before you discover what the right answer is.
Yeah. And if you're able to.
If you're, yeah.
All started with one executive order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe this, somebody worded it be this Kansas Natural Resource Coalition might be a good tool for us to have to keep us informed on any changes.
You bet,
or
and that's
any-
what they're out there for.
Any changes or anything that may come up.
Angel wasn't doing, she wasn't anything, she's a lot, let me rephrase that. She is a semi-load of knowledge, but she was just out trying to get everybody off the 30 by 30 deal, that's all she
Yeah.
was pushing.
Yeah.
She's not, or if she's part of this.
No, she's not. I did talk to her.
What was her take on it?
She likes it. She said with what they did with the lesser prairie chicken and what a disaster that was gonna be for western Kansas, and they got it accomplished.
And see, that's, I don't know if it's strange, but that's different because the KAC conference or KAAC conference one, that was the biggest conversation is, what are we gonna do with the prairie chicken? What are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do with that? I mean, that was a big conversation a few years ago. And it wasn't looking good for a while.
No.
But evidently they got it changed around, so.
That was a group of them getting together, 29 counties, and getting it accomplished.
Well, I like the round number of 30, but.
I do too.
It's a wrench in our toolbox, the way I look at it. Somebody else out there watching for us as well to bring, you've got Angel out there and you got, this group out there to maybe throw some stuff at us periodically. Hey, we need you to do this or need you to do that, you know, or what can we do on this and what can we do on that? They're our go-to people.
Well, with that in mind, I'll put a motion out there. Do this for a year.
Tim's made a motion to join Kansas Natural Resource Coalition. fee of $5,000 a year, do a 1-year term. Funds to come from.
General fund, courthouse general contractual line item.
What you said. Courthouse general fund.
General fund, courthouse general line item, or contractual line item.
Sounds like somebody's going in labor. That's contractual.
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Tim's moved, Don seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. You wanna give
I'll give Tracy a
Tracy
call.
a call?
And just have her get in contact with you.
Okay. And then I can, figure out where to mail the check, we can get it ready by next week.
I imagine it's P.O. Box 93, Garden City, Kansas. Do you got one of these?
No.
I had one.
Never mind.
Alright.
What are you looking for? The card?
The paper from last week, I'll use your.
No.
Yeah, I can't find that paperwork from last week. I was doing a lot of cleaning, so.
National.
That's the time to do that, you'll throw something on yesterday.
That's probably where it's at. It went into the recycling bin. Sorry about that, it's contagious. So on the, on the hospital budget, I know we've kind of tabled it for a little bit, but I think all of us have our thoughts on the 1.4, is that right? 1.445.
It reflects that 30% check range Angie has, or does that not?
The 30,000, they just sent, that was another payment.
That's twice, we've got
Okay.
one.
So you got the second payment?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 1.4452 does not reflect, in other words, that payment there is included in that number, is that correct? Okay.
Looks like it.
Okay.
Well, I have no problem with the regular budget. They didn't ask for any more on it.
Yeah. So do we
And I really think this is two separate deals.
I have to agree 100%.
It's two separate.
This is, the hospital budget is two separate things that we've got
And
to look at.
we've got 10 days to approve or
Approve the
disapprove
budget,
it.
but we need to,
But
look the pink elephant in the room, is the 1.4452. That is still owed to the county. Do we want to forgive the loan? Do we want to suspend the loan for 12 months? Do we want to do, instead of a payment every month, do a payment every 6 months?
I agree with what Don said. Suspend it for a year.
You know, I think a year is what I mentioned, but we're close enough to,
We're 6 months into it.
I wouldn't mind maybe going to the 12/31 of 23, which would be 18 months. Might be my thought. I'd give a year, this year to maybe look at some things and then another full year. But, my thought is, I did say a year, but my thought is after looking at it, maybe to the 12/31/23.
The only problem I got with that is, like I said, there would be three of us that are not gonna be here next year. And what you're doing is you're pushing it off to the next commission, basically to decide.
That's kind of what.
So where I'm at is, I don't know if that last check reflects this 1.445. I thought it was maybe 1.5, but I guess with all that discussion, with all that being said, I at this point in time, I'd make the motion, just forgive their balance of their loan and they can have that check back.
Well, I guess.
It doesn't say, it just says payment to 50.
I'm not so sure. I don't have any problem with the, if there's three new commissioners for them dealing with it. That's three fresh minds on it. And I have no problem with that. I must say, I am not going to vote to forgive it. And I kind of like Don's in a sense, but I kind of like change Don's. I feel like that we should either go every other month or once quarterly, because I feel like when you take everything out of it and they have no skin in the game, it changes the whole picture of how you look at things. And I don't know if it would be so bad if they had to make 4 payments a year, for, and for the next year we can forego 8 payments and see where they're at. It's kind of like I told them, I need some proof that you guys are really doing something this time, because I've heard it so many times, and we never see the results.
We're in under different leadership.
But let's let him prove it. He says he can do it, let's prove it. Well, that's where I'm at.
Well, the letter that they sent was 1.445119.33. And you take, what was it, 33,000?
Yeah, 30,108.
Oh, 30,108?
And it's
Probably another 30 off of it.
Yeah, that's, no, what the number they have is with 2 payments paid.
Number they have is with 2 payments paid. This
Less
number here.
2 payments, yeah.
This is less 2 payments.
Mhm.
So they get it down to 1.385, give or take a little bit.
We got this whole thing started, and there was only maybe 2 of us, 2 board members on it then, 3 new ones who came in since then, And we're
3 new
eyes. Were you here?
There's 3 new sets of eyes you was talking about.
Right. So I'm not opposed to another new set of eyes coming in later. I mean, that was good. I think it was good because it kind of changed some of the things. It's kind of, we replaced 9 of their board members, put 9 new sets of eyes on their board, and kind of started turning things around. But I don't know, things existed in this county before we were all commissioners, and I'll guarantee you it's going to continue on and work on. We're not going to be the gospel son that saves this county. We're not going to be it. No matter what we think.
I'm just trying to save myself. Well,
I think we'll skin in the game.
We've got several different ideas.
Like I say, my motion was to forgive the balance of their loan, let them keep that check there. We did. That was my motion.
I don't think I'm ready to forgive it.
So the motion on the floor by Tom to forgive the remainder of the
Balance,
loan.
because I'm not sure the exact number.
Yeah, the
It
balance
should
to
be-
the loan. Somewhere's in the $1.4 million range.
Yeah.
To the Coffee County Hospital. I'll second it so it can go to the voting. Cause I want it to vote. That way it's voted down, not voted down because of no second. Just because I second it doesn't mean I need to vote for it. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Even though I made the motion, I still say aye.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
do it. All opposed?
Aye.
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 Motion failed.
Now we go for something else.
Now we go for something else.
I'm not for postponing it for a year and a half without anything. Still say, if they don't have any skin in the game, they don't have anything whatsoever, just.
So they've already made 2 payments. What if we do a compromise instead of every quarter? Count the 2 payments for 2022, every 6 months. Move it out to every 6 months
For the same amount?
for the same amount.
So basically,
It's gonna
$30,000 or $60,000 a year.
Yeah,
It's 10 payments a year that you're not making.
yeah. I mean, that's compromising, that's not going every quarter, that's not forgiving it. And surely they can squeeze $60,000 out a year to pay back, which is gonna take forever.
But that can be adjusted down the road.
That can be
If we do
adjusted.
it for 1 year period.
Yeah. Is that something that you would?
I'd support that. I think there needs to be, no, like I keep saying, hospital, we gotta keep it, but they've also got to carry out some responsibilities and a little bit of a challenge there. Probably don't need that. I've got a lot of trust. My comfort level with the leadership is great. And I'm not saying it wasn't before, because a lot of trust in our leadership of CHS. But I could go along with continuing those payments for every 6 months, and maybe the next 2 payments, or maybe the next 3. That would get us to 12/30/31/23.
So you're talking 3 more payments?
3 more payments every 6 months, then address it then.
Because this is the.
Next payment would be 12/31
12/31.
of this year,
And then
and then
next.
7/1, and then 12/31. That'd set the next year and a half in play, then reevaluate it after 12/31.
See how their funding goes and see how
Yeah.
they're.
That gives them 2 complete years.
And it shows whether they're actually making the effort or not.
It's just kind of like, the past administration sets privy of what I've got to do. What we do sets precedence over the next people coming into the situation, and why are they in the shape that they're in? Why have they been in the shape they're in? Is it the administration? Has it been previous administration got them set where they're at now? These poor people got to pull themselves up out of the sinking ship. I don't want the hospital to go away. I don't.
I don't either.
And and email land is correct. I don't know anything about running a hospital, but I do know about running a business. And it's apparently 2 different things. So how's the motion gonna read?
How you need to write that as is. I'll move it. I don't know exactly how to word it, but the next payment
Would be
12/31 of
22,
and then 7/1, and then 12/31, and then reevaluate it in January of 23. And the payments be currently whatever it is, 30,000 something.
You want 3 payments?
3 payments.
Is that high?
That allows them to finish 2 complete years.
And it gives them a little bit of extra money in their budget.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to pay monthly.
We might have Angie read it.
We'll have to have her read it here in a second.
Probably be best.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Cause that payment structure's gonna have to be refigured.
Yeah.
Cause I do remember seeing a payment structure that'll have to be redone.
I'm okay with that, I'm not against working with them, but I just, yeah.
She asked you to do that one. Okay. Do that round table. I forgot we still got round table.
Mine's.
We're getting rid of most of them.
I thought we were on it.
Oh, no, we're just recapping. We haven't even did round table yet.
I think a recap will take care of most of it.
It probably will. It probably will.
Okay, I can start it, you can tell me if you wanna change it. Move to continue, or move to, I wanna say move to extend the Coffee County Hospital loan payments of 3 payments due every 6 months. Next payment of $90,325.05 will be due 12/31.
One payment.
One payment every 6 months.
Oh,
They've already did 2, so their next one would be 12/31/2022.
of 30,000.
So that'd be,
Whatever it is now.
yeah,
Whatever their payment is, it'd be 12/31.
30,108.35. Okay, extend the Coffee County Hospital.
I mean, they only have to save $5,000 a month before they make a payment.
Yeah.
So one payment due every 6 months. Next payment of 30,000. 35 will be due on 12/31/22. Then one payment every 6 months thereafter.
Yep.
Each, whatever, do it June 30 or July 1st and 12/31.
Okay.
All right, you read it fully again.
Move to extend the Coffee County Hospital loan payments to one payment due every 6 months. Next payment of 30,108.35 will be due 12/31/2022. Then one payment every 6 months thereafter until further,
Well,
review.
well, we set a date at 12/31, then review in January or review.
Okay.
Because right now, we're just setting up 3 payments.
Don's moved. Ted seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Hey,
4-1.
Their regular budget, we have 10 days to
10
approve it or
days.
disapprove it, but if we're all in favor of it, can we just go ahead and do it, and not have to maybe miss it? Not-
I mean, their budget's the same as it was
It's the same
last
as
year.
it was,
minus-
they told us they,
Yeah,
that part of it, they weren't gonna change,
Yeah.
after we gave them that meal for this year.
right. You wanna make the motion, Don?
I will move that we approve the hospital budget and for the ambulance service and the Coffee County Hospital as presented.
I'll second that motion.
For,
Should there be something about striking the county note?
that has nothing to do with this
Had
budget.
nothing to do- okay.
That had nothing to do with that budget.
All right. Bob made motion to accept Coffee County Ambulance Services and Coffee County Hospital budget for 2023. Dawn seconded. Any further discussion?
As presented, so.
As presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, that one's done. We've got, wait a minute, there's one more thing I had here. Oh, I wrote it on something. Wade wants to be here for the discussion of,
Yeah.
see if he's available.
Of what?
Paid leave to go get a shot.
Has Wade looked at this contract?
No, he has not looked at that.
So we'll just let
Yeah,
him look.
we table that for next week.
Just let him look at it for
It's my understanding we tabled it for.
While we're
We
doing
get
that.
the short-term
We
disability.
did, we kinda went over the short-term disability a little bit. Nobody should not set up for, the county short-term disability policy going into this, renewal. If you've got it, you better keep it, because a decision will not be made before this renewal is up, I guess, is that the way to put it? And I think, Angie, did you send out another deal?
Yeah, I already sent out.
She already sent out
I told her
another deal stating that they need to sign up for it.
And Wade will head back this way.
Groovy.
The other contract we entered to with Cook, Platt and Strobel, I guess I'm
Confused?
the one you signed this morning.
Uh-huh.
I'm not confused, but I just don't, I guess I am confused, but I just don't remember.
That was the one for like $104,000, and I jewed him down to $100,000. I said, I like even numbers, how about $100,000?
But
That's what it was.
I don't know what was the study on, I don't remember, I'm sorry.
It was,
Stormwater runoff.
stormwater for
Okay.
everybody in the county.
And something
a
else.
little bit
There
on
was
the trail.
one more, and the trail. Yep.
Just so everybody knows, just because the study's been out, I mean, if we're seeking funding from some sort of governmental entity, if you will, to seek assistance on projects of any caliber that we approve of.
Right.
Or try to move forward on. If we don't get that funding, it's not like we're gonna spend tax dollars to do it anyway.
Build the nature trail.
Correct. So, there's lots of communities out there right now, I mean, Osage County being one of them, getting substantial amount of money for one of their trails runs right through their city, so to speak. So, that's what I was hoping for when this all started.
Right. Well, hopefully the grant monies don't run out.
Yeah, that's the other one. Once they're gone, then,
yeah,
it's just done.
I think the key is the study to tell us whether or not we can get those grants.
True, that's, if you don't,
If you don't apply for them, you're not gonna get them.
That's right, exactly.
Mr. Wade, you set the seed of paid time for shots. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. That's what the inquiry was
Well,
posed to me.
so I guess my question on that is, all this has been going on for, what, close to 3 years now?
3 years.
Yeah.
And we're just now bringing this up? What's that all about?
You get paid time off to get a flu shot?
I don't know.
You said you should have.
Well, with the
Or,
federal stuff, I think.
Shingle shot, or,
Any sort of vaccination.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, why is it
But I guess
specific,
what I'm
why
saying
is it
is-
specific COVID?
It's been going on for 3 years and we're just now hearing it.
Yeah. I think it's, I'm gonna go ahead and vent, and I'm gonna be the ass, I guess, but I'm totally against it. 100% totally against it. You
I'd
want
say
paid to
use
go
your
do this, you want paid to
vacation.
go do that?
Is this what somebody brought up, or
Yes.
what?
It was a question that was posed to me to bring up to see what the board, the board's position was. So, being the, sort of the intermediary at times between some of the employees and county officials, I think they feel probably more appropriate having me come in and say it than maybe themselves.
Don't all of our county employees have sick leave?
They don't wanna use it for that, that's their time.
Like I said, if they have sick leave, they take an hour off and go get a shot.
But don't we,
For any kind.
don't the employees, most of them get off at 4:30?
Mm-hmm. No.
Except the road and bridge when they're working 8-5.
Oh, nobody in courthouse gets off 4:30.
They're all here till 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it may depend on which department and
Well, I was wondering,
when they can get an appointment, and it may
Yeah.
be an inconvenient time for their department, but is there, if it's going to court, is that convenient for anybody? No.
But they all have sick leave.
So,
I personally don't agree to allow them to have an hour off to go get a shot. You know, sometime in the next 30-day period or 40-day period, they can set aside something, or even if it's noon hour. There's an hour there, of course, then maybe they wouldn't have time to eat that particular day, but.
Well, I will agree, you go in for a visit or a shot, you're supposed to be there at 12:15 and you don't get through your waiting room until 1:15, then you're late for lunch, or you're late back from lunch, but I'm just dumbfounded that.
No, my confusion is, like I say, it's been going on for 3 years, which is now.
Why all?
I mean, I guess if you want a COVID shot, go get one, but.
Yeah, that's what you want.
So to answer the question, I guess, do we need to come to a vote? Do we need to?
I think, it's clear
Where the answer lies? Because
so.
it should have been cleared to begin with. You got any roundtable stuff for us?
Just this, RFP, I thought I had hit print,
I forgot
but I
about that.
didn't hit print.
So now you hit print?
Well, yeah, it's printing now.
Is it that big?
Well, you saw the last one, so.
Be that thick. We just wanna tear a building down.
But if it's not defined what that means, then people will interpret it how they want to interpret it. And trust me, if something can go wrong, it will, if you don't have the contingency covered.
Angie, do you have anything for us around there?
I do not.
You don't, okay. Wanted to hit that before,
Yes.
because I'm sure you probably gotta leave. don't
I
you?
gotta run as quick as.
Okay.
But I will, you guys don't have anything for me, anybody?
I think we're gonna try to absorb everything that's been done today.
Okay.
Rip it off like a Band-Aid.
I did. Missed the corner.
Henry, if you need paper clips or little notepads.
I think you're building up a good stash or
Building supply.
We're getting ready to look at a new monster.
Yes, sir.
New month of busyness. You didn't get to ask Ainsley about that, did you?
Hi, Casey.
Is she still in there?
Yeah, you need it.
No, I just wanna see if she needed the two.
Sorry. All right. I'm just hit, I'm real good to be disorganized, so. I gotta go to my own office.
Oh, that's, okay, yep, okay.
I do
What?
too, don't have the answers.
No.
Not for you.
Yeah, I don't even know where it comes from.
Well, the auditors, when they were here, they left. left it, so that's why I didn't know.
Oh,
it
was they
something-
working in here?
Yeah, they
Ah.
needed more space than that little table in there, so they weren't working in here.
Yeah, his area occupied.
So I didn't know if that was intentional for you to see in there. but-
Did we charge them rent?
Oh, yeah, we'll pay them discount your fee. We'll pay them.
Tim, do you have anything on roundtable?
We already handled mine.
Okay. Tom?
I had a big long list and we went through it, except for this, water supply study. I read over pretty in-depth study, so, I mean, of course you want Wade to look it over too, but, wow, okay.
You know, it's a vital thing to our county to have ample water supply and availability,
Well,
you
it's-
know?
I just wonder how much of it would go hand in hand with the, storm sewer study too. I mean, that you signed that contract on because.
Well, your storm runoff.
Well, again, I mean, you know, a lot of your smaller communities, if you will, run off of the city lake or whatever, so. I mean,
But I think this is more for the rural water districts, putting hydrants out in the country on water districts. See, I'm not real sure how this came about, because fire department came to Rural 3 a few years ago and said, hey, what about putting a hydrant here? And our manager figured it out and said, well, this is the pressure we have, no, we can't do it here.
Mm-hmm.
And then all at once, the zoning board is doing all this, and they never ever came back to the water districts. I always figured that was kind of between the fire board and the water districts.
Mm-hmm.
You come to us and ask us, and then we'll tell you whether we can put it in this situation, but how they got involved, I'm not sure.
It come through the planning board, and there was some water pressure issues southwest of Waverly, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
There was a little bit of talk about maybe a retention lake west of Waverly.
that's why I say, I mean,
Then-
the storm and water and everything
Yeah.
go hand in hand with it.
And then it kind of come into the water board, you know, people not being able to build a house where a piece of property was available to buy. Then they couldn't get a meter.
I don't know if that's ever been a problem. That hasn't been a problem for years anyway.
Knowing where the water line is, up in our area,
There's been several locations that I've looked at building.
is a big
and
issue.
You can't have any more people, can't have any more meters on the line.
Or whatever, doesn't know where the water lines are at.
You should look at the maps. Don't go off the map. Because several of those water lines aren't there.
Well, I think a lot of it comes off of upkeep, of documentation, of the water lines throughout the county, period. Osage as well. Probably even Franklin. I mean, all of them probably have some issues with upkeep and the documentation of this line is a 3-inch, 2-inch, 5-inch, 8-inch. I was told that Lebo has plenty of supply. There's 8-inch that runs to Lebo.
Where's it come in?
50 highway. It goes
Who
down
produces it?
It's
It comes from Melbourne.
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 It's
Melbourne.
plant.
Yeah, Lebo does, because actually,
Runs down 75.
Rural 3 bought some of Lebo's rights a few years ago. Because Lebo had so much rights that they said, we'll never ever use them.
And so I don't think we do anything out of Lebo Lake anymore. That plant's completely down. Doesn't do, that's where they used to haul water. And they demolished it, or not, took everything out.
Osage 3, how far east does it come?
You're talking the Melbourne plant?
Yes.
I wanna say, is it Lynx?
I can't say for sure.
Where's the
No.
water tower at?
Lynx is over here.
No, yeah, Lynx is over there. What is that?
I think on Trefoil just south of Waverly, I think that's on 3. And then you got Anderson 6 or whatever it is, that comes in on that site and preached. Waverly's kinda unique, it's got three water districts around it.
And Osage 4. Osage 4 is the one that,
Did they put a water tower up there around Waverly? Is there one northwest of town?
on Shetland, north of town.
Okay, okay.
On Shetland.
Yes, most places around Waverly have a water line, but the size of it is an issue, more so than the supply line itself.
A lot of issues, no water line at all.
No water line at all.
And with the mapping,
See, that's what the county did southwest of Leroy where I'm at. We came to the commission 17, 18, 19 years ago, because there's an area out there, 15, 18 sections, where there's no water, except at 200 feet. We drilled 4 wells the year we went out there. We drilled 4 wells, we hit all gobs of water at 200 feet. That's all salt. So we came to the commission, and because there was no water lines out in there, and very little water, and where there is water, it's all iron. The commission put $100,000 in to make it available to every location out there. And all of us, there's 12 meters on that line now. 3 of them don't even have a house on. But we're servicing a 40-year loan at half, 1% or 1% on $300,000, the 12 meters. I'm paying $45 a month for that service. Then the water bill on top of it. I don't know if that's something we need to look at.
$45 isn't bad.
No, but see, it's only 1%. There's 12, like I said, 12 meters and $45 or $48 a month, with half 1% interest from USDA. You got a USDA loan on it.
when Bobby was talking, there's quite a bit of grants out there right now.
So that's something we need to entertain and explore? I don't know.
And I think you can use your ARPA or whatever those funds are for water as well. So.
I know at Oregonian, they had some water deals, and 3 served that area. Well, it was gonna have to go through some rock, it was gonna be a tough call, but then Lion 5 came in and said, hey, we'll serve it, 'cause we can come in from the other direction. So 3 gave 5 some of their territory. I think the water districts can work around. I know years ago, the county used to have water funds for water districts. And the idea was to try to make water available for everybody when the water districts were starting. And I honestly believe that it ought to be up to the water districts now to put the lines in, because the people pay for the lines now. I mean, we just put a whole bunch in down north of Leroy. We didn't pick up 6, 7 people, but we put in about 9, 10 miles of line. I mean, yeah, you have to pay for it, but that's part of what being in business is. I don't really feel like that the county should have to go out and pay for this little group of people to be able to have water when these people over here paid for it themselves. It's like Don's been paying for years for it.
Yeah, we still got it 22 years on that for payment, so. But the county did fund $100,000 up front. And we did pick up, like I said, 12 meters, and there's 7, I think 6 or 7 new houses because of it.
20 years ago, you said?
22.
22 years ago, that's back when they were giving, when people were starting to build out, and the county was actually giving water districts money.
I've been out there 22, so it's probably been 20. We put a Culligan system out of the pond. That Culligan system works fantastic, but we got tired of messing with it every day or every 2 days.
Did you get your print done? Yep. I had one question that I thought of last week, right after we left. Anything on the Osage Coffee County agreement?
I have that, I'll have it, put into a resolution for you to review next week, and I've been working on it, trying to get, I think the proposed agreement is a resolution, and it works, and I think at that point, then you have, is that, whatever that township is up there. Arbonia Township, I mean, then it's incumbent upon them to figure out what they're gonna do, since Osage County is out.
Yeah.
So.
Set the timer.
I keep on missing.
Wade teaching you to drink tea.
So, why that's split the way it is,
Uh-huh.
what was added. This is a GIS map of the location.
Oh,
site,
okay.
And then pictures from
Oh, good picture.
Heidi Harris had taken some pictures at one point in time. So you
Mhm.
have pictures of the exterior, some pictures of the interior.
Mm-hmm.
You know, since the trees have been taken down and this rain's been hitting that east wall, those bricks look a lot cleaner and a lot brighter than what they were in the trees.
That's your way.
So I think it has within it what you're looking for.
Look at the pictures.
The pictures are in these, they're just not in color.
Yeah, in black and white, yeah.
But I think that helps if somebody's gonna bid on something, they know what they're bidding.
Exactly.
At least they have a picture. Now, like you said, my things are maybe a little more detail oriented than what somebody else would do, but that's,
You would think there'd be some value to those bricks the way those pictures look now.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that old, hardware store in Hartford, they brought it down and they was stacking them on pallets, wrapping them up.
Mhm.
I don't know what they was doing with them, but.
Was that a local firm doing that?
I don't know who did it.
They had the whole back wall out of it, here about a month ago when I was over there for something.
I do know there's a family of foxes living in the floor joint.
With the building demolition firms I contacted, brought up the fact that the brick.
I'll tell you, these bricks, they really look good after the trees, have the rain can get straight to them.
I'm, looking, I guess, next to the back page. Are we putting this project in 3 different parts?
no, that's just so there's those are just describing the different components so we can have an idea of what each component's gonna cost. I mean, you do it all in one, because at the very bottom, total, well, it's on the very last page, total project cost. But if it can be anticipated cost for what's above ground, below ground, ancillary costs, and then the total thing, it all should add up. But if you want it a different way,
I just want to get it down.
and Tom, you see these all the time, so.
Not quite that in-depth, but yeah.
I like the word wordy.
But I tell you where I'm at with it is, if you're happy and content with it, I'm happy and content with it, so.
Ready to move ahead, huh?
Me too, yeah.
So it's
Move
got,
on.
I mean, it's got 2 different levels of bonds, it has, whoever comes and does it, they have their own insurance, if they subcontract, it's on them, all those different things.
Which those are to me are the most important things. You don't get a performance bond and they, for whatever reason, up and walk away, then you get to go on the bond company
And it makes them harder to get bonded next time.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Are we still doing the 5% on this bid if you're in county?
What page are you on?
On any page. I mean,
He's
we have a
saying
5%
local contractor
local contract
advantage.
advantage.
If they're 5%, less than 5% higher than the next one, the in-county is favorable to where we can take the in-county bid.
You have the right to reject any and all bids.
But we, I haven't read through this, but it is not just lowest bid, right? It's best bid.
The lowest and best.
Lowest and best,
That got
because
changed, because
if
it
the
said
second-
lowest and, or lowest or best.
Because if the second place guy would come in and he said, I can start on it tomorrow, but the lowest bid says I can't start on it for 3 months, then we can determine the best bid is let's get it out of there starting tomorrow.
lowest and best
best
bid.
bid.
I think as long as you are able to articulate why it's the lowest and best, I mean, that's what it'll have to be
The
dependent.
lowest,
Oh, it could
the
be
lowest
and
best,
or.
not the lowest, the lowest best.
Well, sometimes the lowest bid may,
And or.
May not be the best when you
well,
get
it
done.
may have some, there may be a reason why it's the lowest bid, I don't know. But the lowest bid may be the best bid, it all depends.
We hope so.
But I mean, that's why built within this, and for future use on, doesn't have page numbers, the, bidder qualifications. Clear outline, summary of experience and qualifications, 3 references, certificate of liability insurance, staff to be involved, which would include primary contact, subcontractors, so on and so forth. List of any litigation in which contractor and or managing principal is the named party. And maybe I don't even like the word is, maybe it should say is or has been. But we had to start somewhere, right? So you can build whatever you want from this.
I'm fine, I'm okay with it.
Mine too.
The way you word stuff, I can't read it anyway. Okay.
So will this
We have-
go with
we
the
have
paper
story
the way
hour
it
now.
is?
We have story hours, have somebody.
So we need to do a, sort of maybe a short one to go into the paper that says you can access it and get a copy of this through the clerk's office. Because you don't want to put this whole thing on paper.
No.
I mean, that's what I've seen. And in other counties, in other locations, they have a bid section, project section on their website where you go in and you can access any of the RFPs. And that may be something to be done here.
Now, with the companies I had talked to, where will they need to go to be able to look at this?
So
Right across the street.
No, as far as the bid documentation.
Look at what they,
One would assume that, should they, I mean, they're not paying for these, so if they call and ask Angie, she could email them these documents?
So that's a good question, and I would suggest seeing if we can create a link where anybody who wants to access it, they know to go to the Coffee County website, and then there's a section where they just hyperlink go in and they can get this. Now, email is fine, but do you want Angie to have to be responsible for emailing these each and every time?
I would say,
Brett, I set that up.
go to our website and pull up, have something on there that says RFPs, Qs, whatever you wanna call it.
Surely Brad could set something up like that pretty quick.
Good, without having to do a whole bunch of work.
I don't think it'd be,
That website's pretty user-friendly.
I mean, there's gotta be drop-down tabs on it, and you should be able to go under, bids, and you should be able to make, deal with bid documents and contracts.
Mhm.
And just turn around and put it right in there.
Shouldn't be too hard.
I think with the company that's being used as the host for the Coffee County website, I think, reach out to them and they should.
Well, Rhonda does, Rhonda's in charge of the website here, so she should know. She deals with Civic Plus, Rhonda Trilla.
Oh.
So if Andrea had a copy of that and she presented it to Rhonda and Brad, then something could be done, is that a good way to go about it?
I take those.
You think so?
With these pictures.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's some things that need to be decided. So, if you look on, now that we're moving along, we did have
pull out a lighter and light anything on fire.
Fire extinguisher.
So, page 2, the end of the first paragraph, it has Angie as the contact. Is that what you want? And then it has the Coffee County website, so we need to, if the website's gonna be different, so that there's that first paragraph at the top, at the very bottom.
Well, probably, she's the one, the clerk is the one that usually takes care of bids and stuff, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I say the clerk would.
I agree, but I just wanted to make sure. So the Coffee County website, but if there's gonna be a specific link, we wanna make sure that link, because that just goes to the main page. So if something's gonna be changed, then I've highlighted that. Moving further down, where you see the X's, and Jesse, your version is probably more illuminating than the others because it has color. So the X's are in red. When do you want the RFP to be distributed, the submission deadline, when the selection will take place, and then proposals will be accepted until 5 p.m. on X date 2022.
Do we wanna wait till Brad has the bid tab hang up before we make that decision?
Yep, I'm just, that's next in the process, and then throughout the body, those are some of the things that will need to be filled in.
I would say they would be able to put this under the menu tab section.
Menu?
Well, actually, that's how it's, I mean, it is, they would have to completely redesign that.
They would?
They spend kind of hours and hours designing those specific tabs, and that's all the tabs that one allows, it would have to fall under one of those sections.
Maybe we don't wanna go that avenue, I don't have a suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, I just figured there'd be, they could make another tab under
I did too.
That's,
bids and contracts, or
Well, maybe that's something we don't need for this one, just obtain the documents.
maybe just obtain the documents, have it emailed, or
Probably, there really wouldn't be that many
you're probably looking at 6.
contractors that
6 to
Casey
8
couldn't email.
maybe.
Then, I mean, Casey could make a copy of this and email it to somebody pretty bad.
Yeah, I could scan it in and it would just be a PDF to be sent to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're looking at 500 contractors.
We
What about one of
No,
those?
we're looking at
Before we
very
put it in
small
the,
number.
could they make another
Yeah, this
circle?
time, you know,
They can't, we actually had to
We can
decide
get on
what those
with it.
were gonna be called, if there's a website committee, we
I don't have a
had to
problem
decide
either way.
which one, what we were
Ready
gonna
to
call those
proceed.
tabs, because there were only so many, so you had to decide which was gonna go under which one, because they were built under that template.
Jesse, what if we just, when we advertise this, we just put, contact the county clerk or something?
Yeah, that's.
Casey said she could scan this, click a button, and send it right to them. And this time, and then we can maybe work on our website for something.
Try to figure something out.
Yeah, build a permanent section though, and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have any more buildings for material.
I mean, because that's
Well-
like that's like the county bids assault, and they bid this, they bid that.
You're gonna be bidding the jail before too long, you're gonna be
Yeah.
bidding the parking lot, you're gonna be bidding this, you're gonna be bidding that, so.
I see a need for a drop-down box in
Yeah,
there.
I do too.
But we don't think we want to take the time to do it now, let's get this on.
I agree with that statement.
Here's the pretty colors.
I'm not sure whose phone number this is, it was not one that I had saved, but under the county services, there is a bid opportunity link on that website.
Oh, there is?
It says somebody just texted me, county services.
Huh. I didn't see anything about
I'll be
that.
watching or something.
Somebody.
Are we live?
I'm like, I don't know whose phone number that is, but somebody says there's a bid opportunity link under the county services.
I thought it was like,
You know, that, with that firm tearing down that brick building in Hartford, if you don't mind, you might discover who that is.
Okay.
To make sure they just,
and I'm nothing against who it was, but I
Oh, it's
drove
Brad.
through there 2 or 3 times a week. And
not much
I
progress.
would guarantee it's not what you're expecting.
It's an individual, I think it's an individual
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
It's not a company.
No,
It may be just a private.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Like I say, I drive through there 2 to 3 times a week.
Yeah.
I know the back wall's out over here several weeks ago.
Somebody seen it, somebody already messaged
She
through
said
it.
it was Brad.
Oh, it's Brad?
Yeah.
So whichever way you guys wanna go, I don't care.
Okay, so if we were on the,
Menu page?
yeah, and then county services, and then business.
It's already done.
So there is already a section for
Yep.
it.
So under the menu,
If we can do it that way, fine, if not, let's just do it the simple way and let's get on with it.
I agree, but if it's already there,
If it's
heck,
there.
let's use it.
bid opportunity?
And we can do it both ways, I mean, have them do it both
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah, or,
Either that or,
yeah.
or contact the clerk's office and they'll send you one.
Did you get that? Under the menu tab?
Is that who, did Brad
Brad,
send that?
yeah.
So I'll just get the hyperlink from him.
Include that in the big docs.
So why is it being complicated?
So then,
Might as well get back to the main part now.
I never fished it, I gave it back to you and you saved it.
It's irritating.
Yep, that's all in your.
Is it?
That's in your. in your briefcase.
I think you're right.
There it is.
Yes.
Under the menu
Yes, you
tab,
did.
county services,
Bid opportunity.
bid opportunities.
Awesome.
So we don't need to make a motion or anything for this?
well, we need to get some deadlines.
Okay.
Alright, I think as
When are
far
we
as.
gonna get that on? When are we gonna get that on?
I think it can be done, hopefully,
Next week.
June
at the
first.
latest. The deadline?
If we can do this Wednesday, I'm all in favor of making the bid deals Thursday.
Well, we have some timelines that we have to follow.
When do you want to end the bid receiving days?
So we have to,
When we gonna start it?
Well, I know.
I'd like to give 45 days at least.
I'd sure go forward.
Yeah. Cause they're gonna have to travel, get here.
so does somebody have I don't have it with me right now, but the policy manual that talks about the bidding process and what, I think it has to be advertised for 30 days. If I remember, so 45 days is.
Minimum of 30 days.
Is well within that timeline.
So if we distribute request for proposal this week, is that possible?
I mean, we sure
Today's
can try.
Tuesday.
So that would be, I mean, if not, then we'll distribute it starting June 6th.
Yeah.
So you could have an ending date July 15th, that's on a Friday, and we meet the following Monday.
I'm all for ample opportunity for everybody that's interested to get a thorough look at this.
July the 15th or the 22nd
Yeah.
would be one.
So let's say, let me say this, or suggest, distribute June 6th, because then you can notify during the meeting, this is going out.
Yep.
That way it's done during a meeting, proposal submission deadline, would you say June 22nd? Or July?
July 22nd.
July 22nd,
Yep,
bid date.
yep.
Opening date.
And
By-
selection.
That's the deadline, by 5 o'clock.
By 5 o'clock.
Then open them,
July 25th.
July the 25th into commission meeting.
We don't have to set a time on opening, do we?
Gotta do it at 9 a.m.
And
You got to?
we can open them in, but we don't wanna decide on the 25th, so we would wanna decide probably on August the 1st, right? Because we want
Award,
Wade have,
award
Wade
August
time
1st.
to look them over.
If not, no later than August 8th. That gives you one
At the
more,
very least.
in case you wanna check out references.
How many long you?
So selection August 8th.
Mhm.
Who is gonna be
You going out to
available?
August, going out to August 8th?
Well, that
Show.
Give us your what?
I'm in town most every morning,
Would that wanna be in here?
or Andrea's around.
Andrea, could, you have a key, right?
I mean, if
they just have to make an appointment to see, so if they get hold of Andrea to see, or the clerk, and she relays it, whatever, I don't care.
So number 2 on page 3 talks about examine contract documents, shall visit the site, so.
Is this gonna be mandatory visits?
And it's, I don't know how
I don't
you,
know if we're gonna, I need to complicate it any more than
Well,
I don't know how you know what you're gonna
pre-bid.
bid if you don't know what it looks
Even
like.
I can't say
even the
anybody did
smallest-
not about looking.
even the smallest of jobs, I go look at it, see what I.
I would think they wanna look at it, I guess if they wanna bid on it without it, I guess that's
It's their choice,
okay.
it'd be their choice.
Yeah, well, and it says it's presumed they've done so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can get in pretty deep, I guess, if you bid on something and you don't know what you're bidding on.
Exactly.
But then, that's why you have those bonds that attach, because if you just go off of a picture, you may get in over your head, but I'm not in that line of work either. But this is built to protect the county, so.
Is it appropriate to give a contractor that's been awarded the bid 45 days to withdraw it?
Yeah, I mean, we probably need to take that out based on the timelines now. So,
Take number 4 totally out?
I mean, you might say 5 days.
I'd say a week. It'd have to be written, I think it'd have to be a written, reasoning. And I think it should be accepted by the board or not accepted. We'd have the right to refuse their rejection of the bid. Think that'd be fair?
But if it's before someone's been selected and they wanna withdraw, then I don't know how you hold them to something where they haven't been selected.
As you give them 2 weeks for selection, and if they got a week to withdraw, in case they.
But, yeah, I understand that, but once we open the bids and read the bids, if somebody came in, they were a little bit low, and I guess, well, those guys are gonna be making a lot more money than I would at it, I'm just gonna get out of it. It's just, to me, that's poor business.
Well, they may have another project that they may be bidding on multiple projects, and they may get awarded one that may be closer to where they are doing business. It may make more financial sense for them to take a bid somewhere else. I mean, does that happen, Tom? I don't know.
Well, usually for me, if I bid this one and, I bid another one, I'm just kinda stuck.
Sure.
Yeah, and we don't get to withdraw our stuff too.
No, I don't.
The name's mud.
So,
Not without forfeiting that 5% bid bond.
right,
So, that's another reason for the 5% bid bond, because if you just say, never mind, and the bid's 100,000, you just lost $5,000.
Did we make a decision on somebody in the county be able to bid a little bit for 5% higher, or 5%?
That's our policy. Our policy says that.
I realize that. Can we?
Doesn't matter whether it's a bid for demolition or a bid for buying a vehicle.
Okay.
Policy says it.
It would be great if somebody locally was awarded the project. You know, it would give something, probably a bidder plus 3 or 4 employees, a couple months' work.
Wait on your no materials salvage stored.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep, so,
What time period?
well, so I guess that's internally
What page
inconsistent.
you on? What page
It's
you on?
item number 13.
13.
So,
Item number.
if I remember right, there was, talk of storing whatever it might be over at the landfill or somewhere near the landfill if somebody wants to salvage and hold it there? Was that
No, the only thing that was
No.
discussed there was the concrete.
concrete?
Concrete could be removed and
Okay.
hauled to the landfill. And if there was no rebar showing, then the landfill could use it for that river project. That is not
Yeah.
even being done yet.
If there's a lot of value to the bricks, I don't think there's any way we could force him to haul the bricks off-site. I don't know why we couldn't allow them to palletize it to the west, there's a lot of room to the west. Palletize that brick on location.
If you're putting,
And even the trim and the inside is stored inside until,
they've got a fence around it, which here, somewhere I've seen it where it said that they might have to put a fence up.
Yep.
If they keep, to me, them storing their stuff inside the fence is just part of the project.
yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
But once that fence is gone, it's gone.
And saving one piece for the museum.
Does it say anything about that?
Not that I can see.
Outside the fence, so no materials shall be salvaged, stored, or accumulated in any area outside fenced.
That, right. Because they're gonna have to put a fence up for safety reasons.
Well, they will now, cause it says it.
Yeah.
Has the,
I don't know how you're gonna.
place picked out what they want?
Well, she said she wasn't particular, she was just any piece that they can save, a nice
Any piece of the glass,
yeah.
When I talked to them, they talked about one of those little bitty windows.
Right in the center top?
On this side, yeah.
I doubt they want anything real big.
And that's small, because that's a small window, but it still
Like a
portrays
pretty
it.
piece.
Or if a person can get one of those sky lift deals with, like, kinda like a boom truck type deal. Shoot up somebody up there and pull that glass out.
So the successful bidder's probably gotta have a lift in to take the windows out to start with. They'd surely agree to take a small one out.
For $1,000.
Pardon?
Yeah.
For $1,000.
Yeah.
Everything has its price.
Nobody works for free.
I mean, if their
That'd be the
plan
time
was to
tell
come
that
in
bidder's
and,
going down the road.
If they're planning on selling them windows, they don't wanna give one away.
or just knocking it down, then that holds up progress. And time is money, right?
I mean, would it be out of line for us to go in there and have one taken out right now?
No.
It wouldn't, you just wanna make sure that if you take something out, it doesn't create a structural,
A little hole up there shouldn't be created.
well, in the window though, and then you get a good wind come in, and then you don't have a solid window, so will that blow in the rest of the window? I don't know the shape of the windows, but I know that whole piece may be what keeps it from blowing in. You
Take the whole window out and then take the board and board it up.
And that's,
And let them have what
That
they want.
smaller window's not gonna let much wind in.
No, it's not, it's not as big as that pulpit, behind your pulpit.
I'm like the, Allstate commercials where the guy's mayhem.
We got a front end loader.
And then they'll probably They're wanting what window? They're just wanting part of this?
One of them little ones on the side is,
That's the south side.
yeah, it's just a small
The
window, but I don't know,
I
maybe.
think they're the same, look like they're the same size.
There's two of them the
The
same
west
size,
side?
and they're a lot smaller than the others, you know.
That's the south.
That's the south side.
That's the back side.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the front.
This is
Go back in.
no, this is south side.
Right here, one there.
Yeah, they're wanting one of those.
That was
They
talked
would
about
have area and get
because
it
it's a small.
Why can't you just go in and pull it out from the inside out?
Be better to have it from a lift.
The one on the left-hand side you can because there's a floor. You could be standing right on the floor, but the one on the right-hand side you can't because
Doesn't have the floor.
the stairwell goes down
Oh.
there. But the one that's on the left-hand side, you could have it out of there. Could probably a little chisel and a hammer and Kale to have that out of there in 30 minutes.
Yeah, for that nail driven, 20 nails driven in.
I bet you can add nails in it, I bet it's more than it.
That could be.
But
Well, if you drop it, it breaks, and you gotta go get the next one or what?
I guess so.
Or if it falls out.
I guess so.
No, but it's not like popping their knee. Like, 'cause there's some nice new windows on, like, north side.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Or that, just give a description of the window to be salvaged
Like,
for
those
their,
are just windows, those
one small window on the
I
south
would
side or whatever
say,
it
see
is.
the museum and say, hey, if you want that, go get it.
Make arrangements to get it.
Make arrangements to get it.
And give them a little responsibility, as long as our insurance covers the safety side of it.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask too, about the churches that wanted the bushes and the sign. Once we get a demolition, once we get a bid, then is it appropriate to say, can they pull out those bushes for, you know, or can those people just go in and just take the bushes to place them in?
With the people I talked
Them and the
with,
bidders.
that was their biggest complaint.
People go in and take everything
Once
out.
you bid, and then people go in, start cleaning it out.
We need to shut it down, really. Probably need to board up locations where they get in. Reckon.
Board up locations to get in where?
Pardon?
Board up locations to get in where? They're not gonna get in one of them little windows.
Well, they could go in the doors, just use them all and break them in.
Yeah, but.
Chances are nobody do that.
Nobody's gonna, once the contractor has it, it doesn't matter to us.
Did you get what you needed?
Yeah, but we're sliding on the
We're
slippery slope.
Yeah, yeah, sliding on a slippery slope.
I feel my feet giving out a little bit.
Okay.
I mean,
So over this window,
Over what?
well,
They want it.
at what point in time, I mean, somebody wants something, so either they get it before
We bid it?
it gets bid, or
It don't get touched.
because after the contract starts, they're not gonna want people coming up and say, hey, by the way, while you're doing this,
That's
you know,
exactly
just
right,
pull
I
up that.
agree. If they want, I'd have Andrea get those museums, say, if you want that, get that out of there this week, because
So then you're dealing with, I mean, is that county property, and then are you disposing of county property? So,
it isn't worth anything.
so I think, one man's trash is another
I
man's
know.
treasure. So then you need to at least go through the process and have somebody who wants something come before the board, and, I think if you're gonna dispose of it, and do it in a way where somebody can't come back and say, well, you just.
I think the best way, just let them secure it from the contractor.
That's what I would do.
That's the safest way
That's
to go.
fine. Then go talk to the contractor and say, hey, we'd like to have that.
Yeah.
That's the safest way for us to go.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Because I'll agree with their complaints. They said it'd be surprising.
Too many issues come up.
Yeah.
And I can understand where they'd like to have it because of the history behind it, but I think the safest way for us to let them deal with the contractor.
So,
if we want to stay on time frame that we just suggested, I agree to that statement.
so the historical museum, they want the window. Somebody else wants a sign and a bush.
Yeah, one of the other churches in town would like the sign and the bushes.
I mean,
I don't think the bushes would be a problem, but you let one person go in, then before you know it, then you got a hell of a mess.
And if they get hurt.
What's there is what's there is what you're bidding on. And that you can do whatever you want with it once you get the bid. If you got the bid, then you can negotiate with anybody you want, anything.
outside of the.
Sell them
museum.
anything.
Huh?
Outside of the museum and the window.
No, I'd say museum too.
I'd roll it.
Let them work, deal with the contractor.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna open up a lot if we don't.
I don't know how
I'd
you-
like for the
I
museum
don't
to
know where
have
you
it.
quit.
Where do you
That
stop?
eliminates our liability. If they gotta deal with the contractor.
Like Andrea said, I don't know how you're gonna get that window out, because it's encased.
And,
Alright, I got it.
how many bricks you gonna have to
I couldn't
remove?
get it out.
Yeah. Oh, I can get it out in pieces.
Well, last year I kinda went through a little bit of this when we bought an abandoned structure and had an individual, and I'd already contracted a person to tear it down, and we thought we bought it as is, and the next thing we know, there's like 5 or 6 people over here snapping this, and snapping that, and snapping this. We're like, well, wait a minute, that wasn't the deal. I already told them they could have it. I'm like,
I would say.
I think you're gonna be in the same boat if you keep doing that.
I'd say go through the contractor.
And so, I mean, we can hook the museum up with the contractor and say, here's a guy you talk to about getting out of the window. And the church can say, here's the person you talk to about getting your sign. That's what I say.
That's what I say. That sounds like.
Otherwise, I think if we go anything different, we're gonna veer off that timeline we just established.
Well, you're gonna have multiple parties coming in, and somebody wants something.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll just leave it as everybody said. So fine, this is what you
Okay, well, that's why we talked about it.
There you go.
So we came back this afternoon. I'm glad we did.
Yep.
Very constructive again.
Get her down.
Get these changes made, and I'll send it to, you want a copy of it, see how
And then I think everybody wanted to make sure you got to see this latest one from Cook Flat and Strobel to look over.
He was going to have Bobby send me what he sent to Bobby, which includes, I guess, a number of attachments.
Okay.
Was my impression.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't have everything this morning, he said.
He said it was just a condensed version.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Good enough. We're all on the same page there, too.
so I didn't even look at it because my impression was it would make it to me.
Okay. Good deal.
So I don't even know what it says.
Where they're gonna send you a page or two, so when you get it to us, it'll be.
It'll be more than a page or two. It'll probably be 5 or 6 pages.
Don't
what they
disappoint
sent
you,
me.
Okay.
And I know, because I hear it in the courtroom too, having something condensed, there's a time and a place for that, but there's also a time and a place for explaining what your expectations are in detail so that there's no wiggle room. So assume that what you have there is a page long, and then you have a legal issue, and you end up in the courtroom having to interpret what, on the backhand of a napkin, you thought was the intent. And it happens all the time. You watch, someone dies, and they look at a will and they want to interpret. If it's not specified and it's not outlined in detail, I mean, families get ugly when people die. And if you don't have it set up the right way, it can be a long, drawn-out battle. So the devil's in the details. Measure twice, cut once, is what we're doing. And it's a pain, I get it. But they tell me the same thing in the courtroom, every court I've ever been in, that I don't lack detail. But it's for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking notes.
You won't be able to store it all there, trust me.
So on the criminal side, in felony cases, I write my own plea agreements. There's not many prosecutors that do that, and they're between 10 and 15 pages long. And there's a reason why.
The reason I do what I do.
But they're insulated.
Yeah. After they hear about 12 pages, they say, yeah, whatever it is, let's go with it.
Yeah.
There's a method to it.
Surrender, the white flag. 45 minutes later, Wade's done.
Remember, humor is part of your job.
Do we have anything else that we have left to discuss?
I do not.
I just have one little thing.
You got one?
I'm not aware of it.
I said the health department leaked, but DC Solutions is coming on June 7th to see, right by one of the desks is leaking in that same paint.
We brought that up while you was gone last Thursday,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, so.
Oh, and then my other thing, for the extension office, I got the invoice for that, but looking back in the minutes, didn't show what fund that was supposed to be paid from.
What thing?
For the repairs to the extension office?
Oh, the remodel?
Yeah.
I thought that was coming from community improvement.
Community improvements or
Okay,
something
wasn't
to that.
sure, and when I look back in the minutes, it didn't say.
Or, no, where,
Here, Bob.
or was that going to come from, find it here,
Capital improvement?
capital improvement, since it was a building.
Building.
Come from
Yeah.
capital
Yeah.
improvement. It's either the old filling station or still working on it.
Still working on it.
Well, he's got that,
We still got some big pieces of concrete down there.
yeah, it's been a little wet, and
He's got backfilled in to about 18 inches.
I heard he was gonna have that done and wrapped up in 2 days. That's what I heard at the coffee shop one morning while I was
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
there. Nobody knew who
yeah,
I was.
everybody knows.
I think there was a lot more
It is
concrete.
gonna make.
I think there was a little more concrete than he
I did
expected.
have a person tell me that a good business for that would be to put some, benches and picnic tables there and have food trucks come in down there. So,
Oh, you mean like the ones that just sell other, the food wagons?
yeah.
Okay.
Food truck.
Yeah.
There's a slab of concrete blocks out there they could already be doing that on, other than a storm shelter sitting on it.
Yeah, not mine.
Well, I guess if nobody has anything else, we will adjourn this at 3:11.
Not bad.
We had a very productive day.
That was a lot of fun.
We did.
Well, it was worth to me that 3 hours coming back.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.